Welcome to the Timeless Tales Library, where stories unfold like silk ribbons guiding you toward peaceful dreams. I'm Theodore, your host, and tonight I'll be sharing 6 hours of cozy bakery tales to ease your mind and guide you gently towards sleep. The Timeless Tales Library is made possible by listeners like you. If you've found comfort here, please subscribe and help us continue creating these peaceful stories. As you settle in, comment below and let me know where you are in the world tonight, and share a place you dream of a story taking you to. Perhaps a warm patisserie on a cobblestone street in Paris, a rustic bread oven in a Tuscan village, a cozy tea shop bakery in the English countryside, or a family-run cake shop in a quiet Japanese neighbourhood. Your ideas keep our little library glowing bright. Now take a slow, quiet breath and let the day's events become as transparent as glass. You are entering the Crystal Atrium, a hall made of polished crystals and mirrors within the Timeless Tales Library. This is a place of reflection, where every story is a clear, shimmering facet of a beautiful, peaceful truth. Light filters through the crystalline walls, painting the room in soft, calming colours. Feel your body become as still and clear as a calm pool of water. Sink deeper into the secure foundation of your bed. The Crystal Atrium is a sanctuary where you can reflect on the quiet peace within yourself. Your body is a vessel for peace, and your mind is an empty canvas, ready for the gentle stories of the atrium. Let your inner calm become a brilliant light that fills your entire being. A cozy rainy day Medusa's moonlit bakery. A Halloween evening sleepy story. The rain had been falling since twilight, and now as true darkness settled over the neighbourhood, it fell in sheets, steady, rhythmic, the kind of rain that turned cobblestone streets into mirrors reflecting lamplight and made every window pane stream with silver rivulets. Thunder rumbled somewhere far away, a low and gentle sound, more lullaby than warning. The kind of storm that made you grateful for walls and warmth, for roofs and fireplaces, for any place that might shelter you from the autumn night. The wind carried the scent of wet leaves and wood smoke, of earth drinking deep after a dry October, of the season turning toward winter. Street lamps glowed through the mist like small golden moons, their light diffused and softened by the curtains of rain. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell told the hour, 9 o'clock, and Halloween night was well underway. At the corner where Cypress Lane met Willow Street, there stood a bakery unlike any other. Its windows glowed amber and gold, casting pools of buttery light onto the wet pavement. Hand-painted letters on the glass spelled out the name in elegant curling script. Medusa's Moonlit Bakery. Above the door hung a sign that creaked gently in the wind. A carved wooden moon surrounded by twining serpents, each scale painted in silver that caught the lamplight and gleamed. The building itself seemed to have grown from the street rather than been built upon it. Its stones were old, weathered, the colour of storm clouds and midnight, with ivy climbing the walls in carefully tended spirals. Window boxes overflowed with autumn flowers, purple asters and golden mums, dark violas and trailing ivy. Even in the rain, even in the darkness, the bakery radiated welcome, warmth, and the promise of something wonderful waiting inside. Inside, the bakery was warmth itself. The walls were exposed of brick, aged to a deep russet that seemed to hold centuries of firelight within. Wooden beams crossed the ceiling, hung with bunches of dried herbs, lavender and rosemary, chamomile and thyme. their gentle fragrances mingling with the richer scents of baking bread, caramelizing sugar, and chocolate melting in copper pots. In the far corner, a stone fireplace crackled with a steady flame, its glow dancing across the worn floorboards and casting shifting shadows that moved like water. The mantel above was decorated for Halloween with carved pumpkins, autumn leaves in crimson and gold, and small candles in glass holders that sparkled like captured stars. Small tables occupied the space, each one different. Some round, some square, some made of dark oak and some of painted pine worn smooth by countless hands and elbows. Mismatched chairs surrounded them, cushioned and comfortable, the kind you could sink into and forget the world. On every table sat a small oil lamp with a glass chimney, flames flickering inside like tiny beacons of peace. Behind the long counter at the back, shelves rose to the ceiling, crowded with ceramic jars labelled in flowing script. Vanilla beans and cardamom pods, crystallized ginger and candied violets, casting shifting shadows that moved like water. The mantel above was decorated for Halloween with carved pumpkins, autumn leaves in crimson and gold, and small candles in glass holders that sparkled like captured stars. Small tables occupied the space, each one different. Some round, some square, some made of dark oak and some of painted pine worn smooth by countless hands and elbows. Mismatched chairs surrounded them, cushioned and comfortable, the kind you could sink into and forget the world. On every table sat a small oil lamp with a glass chimney, flames flickering inside like tiny beacons of peace. Behind the long counter at the back, shelves rose to the ceiling, crowded with ceramic jars labelled in flowing script. Vanilla beans and cardamom pods, crystallized ginger and candied violets. Copper tins held different sugars, white and brown, raw and powdered, some tinted with natural dyes to shimmer pink or blue or gold. Glass bottles filled with extracts caught the lamplight, almond and peppermint, orange and rose, mysterious dark bottles that might contain anything at all. The counter itself was marble, cool and smooth, veined with grey like winter clouds, and scattered across it were the evening's creations. Tonight's treats were spectacular. There were glazed pastries dusted with edible silver that seemed to glow with their own inner light. Small tarts topped with purple and black berries arranged in perfect spirals sat next to cookies shaped like crescent moons and tiny bats with wings spread wide. A three-tiered cake stand held what could only be called edible magic. Moonlight macarons that actually seemed to glow with pale blue luminescence, their filling the colour of starlight. Beside them, serpent scale cookies lay in neat rows, thin and crisp, pressed with a pattern like snakeskin and dipped in dark chocolate so glossy you could see your reflection. And on the top tier, midnight velvet cupcakes sat like pieces of the night sky itself, so black they seemed to absorb light, each topped with cream the colour of October fog, swirled and perfect. And there, moving quietly among the ovens and cooling racks, worked the baker herself. Medusa wore a simple linen dress the colour of deep moss, with a long apron tied at her waist, its pockets full of measuring spoons and wooden spatulas. Her skin held the faint cast of stone, not cold but smooth as polished marble, with a warmth that came from the oven she tended. There was an ageless quality to her face, beautiful in the way ancient statues are beautiful, with high cheekbones and a serene expression that spoke of patience learned over centuries. And her hair was not hair at all, but living serpents, each one slender and graceful, moving with drowsy contentment in the bakery's warmth. Some were the green of garden snakes, others darker, midnight blue, deep purple, one or two pale as moonlight. They rarely hissed, only murmured softly to one another in voices like wind through grass, and they seemed to enjoy the bakery as much as their mistress did. Occasionally one would stretch toward the fragrant steam rising from cooling trays, tongue flickering, to taste the cinnamon-scented air, or coil more tightly when the fire burned especially bright and warm. Tonight was Halloween, and she had prepared accordingly. The bakery was decorated with garlands of autumn leaves, oak and maple in crimson and gold, beech in copper and bronze, woven with black silk ribbon. Small carved pumpkins sat on every windowsill, their faces friendly rather than frightening, candles glowing inside that never seemed to burn down. Sprigs of witch hazel and branches of rowan berries stood in copper vases, and strings of paper bats hung from the ceiling beams, turning slowly in the warm air. The rain drummed against the windows, the fire crackled, the serpents in Medusa's hair swayed gently as she worked, and then the bell above the door chimed, a soft, clear sound like a silver spoon against crystal, and the first visitor stepped inside. Ichabod Crane entered the bakery like a man escaping a nightmare. He was tall and impossibly thin, his clothes soaked through despite the long cloak he had pulled tight around his shoulders. Water dripped from the brim of his hat as he pushed it back with trembling fingers, revealing a long, pale face with wide, nervous eyes that darted around the room, taking in the fire, the tables, the serpents that lifted their heads to regard him with interest but not malice. "Oh," he breathed, his voice high and tremulous. "Oh, thank goodness. I thought I'd never find shelter. The storm came up so suddenly, and the roads are so dark tonight. And I could have sworn I heard hoofbeats behind me, though when I turned there was nothing." "Welcome," Medusa said, her voice low and warm like honey poured over stone. "You're safe here. Come in from the cold." Ichabod hesitated, his gaze flickering to the serpents. One pale green snake yawned, showing tiny fangs no more threatening than a kitten's teeth. "I'm Ichabod Crane," he said, edging closer, "a schoolmaster from Sleepy Hollow, though I'm far from home tonight." "Sit," Medusa said gently, gesturing to a chair near the fire. "Let me bring you something warm." Ichabod settled into the chair, his cloak steaming in the fireplace's heat. Medusa poured fragrant tea, cinnamon and clove, orange peel and star anise. She placed a large mug before him, then selected a crescent moon cookie, pale as cream, glazed with sparkling sugar. "Moonlight cookies," she said. "They taste like safety. Like the quiet hour after midnight when all the frightening things have gone to sleep." Ichabod took a bite and his shoulders dropped, tension melting away. The cookie was buttery and light, flavoured with vanilla and something that made him think of peace, of calm nights with no shadows chasing him. "This is wonderful," he murmured. "You're very kind, Miss Medusa," she said simply. His eyes widened slightly, but she smiled, and he found he wasn't afraid. Not here, where the fire burned steadily and everything smelled of sugar and safety. "I know what they say about me," Medusa said softly, "about what I can do with a glance. But that was long ago, and this is a different kind of magic now. Here, I turn flour and butter into comfort." Ichabod laughed, a real laugh, surprised out of him, and took another bite. He had just started on his second cookie when the bell chimed again. The door opened, and with it came a gust of cold wind, and a figure that made Ichabod drop his cookie with a strangled cry. The headless horseman stood in the doorway. He was massive, cloaked in darkness, with boots that left wet prints on the wooden boards. Where his head should have been, there was only empty air. Tucked under one arm, he carried a jack-o'-lantern, carved with a grinning face, a candle burning inside so it glowed orange and gold. "Please," Medusa said calmly, "close the door. You're letting in the cold." The horseman, very politely, closed the door. The bell chimed again, cheerful and clear. "Welcome," Medusa said. "There's room by the fire, and I think you'll enjoy the pumpkin spice scones. Just came from the oven." The horseman moved forward and set the jack-o'-lantern on the counter carefully. Medusa plated 2 large scones studded with crystallized ginger and drizzled them with glaze the colour of autumn leaves. She poured tea, darker, richer, smelling of pumpkin and maple, and set everything before him. "You can sit," she said gently. "You're always welcome here." The horseman took his plate to a table and sat. He picked up a scone and lifted it toward where his mouth would be, and the scone vanished, bite by bite. He ate slowly, savouring each morsel, and after finishing he gently patted the jack-o'-lantern beside him, almost affectionately. Ichabod, watching, found his fear ebbing. There was something lonely about the horseman. Here he was just another visitor seeking warmth. "These scones are excellent, aren't they?" Ichabod ventured. The horseman turned toward him and nodded slowly. Then he raised his teacup slightly as if in a toast. Ichabod raised his own cup to shelter from the storm. They drank together, and outside the thunder rumbled, gentler now, growing distant. The next hour passed in quiet contentment. Medusa worked steadily, pulling trays from the ovens, miniature pies, small tarts, cookies shaped like moons. The serpents in her hair swayed drowsily. Ichabod found a poetry book and read by lamplight. The horseman finished his cake and sat peacefully. And then the bell chimed again. Rip Van Winkle stumbled through the door. His clothes old-fashioned, his beard long and grey, his eyes unfocused. He blinked at the warm interior and smiled with relief. "Is this place real?" he said, his voice rough. "I've been walking for hours. or years. I can never tell. And I smelled bread baking. You're awake now, Medusa said warmly. Come in, sit down. Rip collapsed into a chair with a deep sigh. Something that tastes like home, he said. Like there are still good things, even if everything else is different. Medusa brought him soup, potato and leek, thick and creamy with warm bread. While he ate, she prepared a plate, apple fritters dusted with cinnamon sugar, honey cake, and serpent scale cookies. The cookies are for transformation, she said, for becoming comfortable. In a world that's changed, they taste like acceptance. Rip took a bite and his eyes closed. It tasted like accepting that the people you knew are gone, but there are new people now. Like understanding that home isn't always a place. Sometimes it's a feeling. When he opened his eyes, they were wet, but he was smiling. Thank you. The evening deepened. The storm had settled into steady rain. Inside, warmth and peace had settled over everything. Ichabod and Rip struck up a conversation. Both men who had run from something, who had been afraid. The horseman sat peacefully, occasionally patting his pumpkin companion, and then, with a burst of energy, 4 visitors entered together. The March sisters tumbled into the bakery in a cascade of rain-soaked cloaks and laughter. Meg trying to be dignified, Joe grinning wildly, Beth quiet and wide-eyed, and Amy exclaiming about the decorations. "Oh, this is perfect," Amy declared. "It's like something from a fairy tale." "I think it's splendid," Joe said, striding forward. "I'm Joe March, and these are my sisters, Meg, Beth, and Amy. We're lost and need something warm. Can you help us?" Medusa smiled. "I can. Welcome. Please, find a table." The sisters settled at a large round table, and Medusa brought tray after tray, hot chocolate personalized for each of them, a tower of pastries, moonlight macarons, serpent scale cookies, midnight velvet cupcakes, warm scones, tiny pumpkin tarts, and apple hand pies. "This is heaven," Joe declared. "If I could write in a place like this every day, I'd finish my novel in a week." Amy began sketching, trying to capture the bakery's beauty. Beth noticed Ichabod's poetry book and went to sit with him, and they bent their heads together over favourite verses. At their table, the sisters shared pastries and dreams. Meg spoke of her hopes, Joe of her stories, Beth of her music, Amy of her art, and somehow in this magical place, all their dreams seemed possible. More time passed peacefully in the bakery. A gentle cocoon spun from the warmth of the hearth and the shared quiet of its unusual inhabitants. Rip Van Winkle, now settled comfortably into the present, began telling stories about his time in the mountains. They were no longer the panicked, disbelieving ramblings of a man woken to a new world, but instead were told like ancient fairy tales, imbued with both humour and a surprising layer of acceptance. He spoke of the ghostly Dutchmen and their thunderous bowling as if they were old, slightly eccentric friends, his voice soft with the wisdom of one who has been utterly lost and found his way home. Across the room, a new dynamic had taken root. Joe March, ever a lover of intellectual challenge, had challenged the headless horseman to a game of chess. A worn, beautiful wooden set, its pieces carved into miniature expressive gargoyles and saints, had appeared silently from somewhere unseen, a small miracle in this house of wonders. They played with obvious enjoyment, the horseman's gloved hand moving pieces with silent deliberation, meeting Joe's fiercely focused gaze with a steady, unreadable stillness. The contrast was striking. The swift, fiery mind of the young writer against the ancient, quiet patience of the spectral soldier. The bakery hummed with this quiet contentment. The fire crackled, a cheerful, tireless metronome. The serpents on Medusa's head dozed, their scales catching the amber light, little coils of peace. The air was thick with the scent of yeast, sugar, and wood smoke, the fundamental smells of comfort and sustenance. For a long, precious stretch, it felt as though nothing could intrude upon this perfect small world. And then, very quietly, the bell chimed one last time. It was a faint, almost tentative sound, as if the person ringing it wasn't sure they deserved to be heard. Dr. Victor Frankenstein stood in the doorway, and he looked truly, utterly haunted. He was younger than the grim legend suggested, perhaps only in his late 20s, but his face was prematurely lined with exhaustion, with the evidence of countless sleepless nights and memories too terrible to file away. He swayed slightly, his lean frame trembling in the doorway, the harsh autumn wind seemingly blowing right through him. His clothes, though once fine, were dishevelled and mud-splattered. The light from the bakery, so warm and inviting to others, seemed only to cast his shadows into starker relief. "I'm sorry," he managed to say, his voice a raw, broken rasp. He looked like a man who hadn't spoken a complete sentence in days. "I don't have money. I shouldn't have come in. I just saw the light." His eyes, wide and bloodshot, were fixed on the hearth, as if drawn by the only warmth left in the universe. Before he could turn and flee back into the darkness, Medusa was there. Her movement was graceful, not predatory, and utterly devoid of judgment. "You need shelter," she said simply, her tone a low, gentle contralto. She guided his shaking form to a sturdy wooden chair near the fire, not hesitating to touch him, wrapping a heavy wool blanket around his thin shoulders. "And you need warmth. Those things are free here." She didn't ask his name or his story, offering only the immediate, uncomplicated balm of human kindness. Victor looked up at her, and the gentle act, the blanket, the quiet acceptance, was the final pressure on a dam that had been cracking for months. Something inside him broke. "I created something," he whispered, the words tumbling out in a rush of desperate confession. "Something I shouldn't have, and then I abandoned it. And now there's so much pain, so much death, all because of me, because I played God and then ran away when I saw what I'd made." The anguish was visceral, the guilt a physical weight suffocating him. He covered his face with his hands, weeping silent, dry sobs. The fire's light caught the gold band on his finger, a cruel reminder of the life he had sacrificed on the altar of ambition. Medusa knelt beside his chair, the hiss of her living hair a soft, reassuring sound, rather than a threat. Her serpents, sensing his distress, curled close, their cold scales a strange anchor of reality. "I understand," she said quietly, her eyes deep with ancient sorrow. "I understand being feared for what you are, being punished for things not entirely your fault, becoming something monstrous, or creating something monstrous. These are different paths to the same terrible isolation." She had looked into the eyes of humanity's fear, and she saw the same reflection in his. "How do you live with it?" Victor asked desperately, pulling the blanket tighter, seeking to ward off the cold that had nothing to do with the night air. "One day at a time," Medusa said, her hand resting briefly on his knee. "One small act of kindness at a time. One loaf of bread, one cup of tea, one person welcomed when they thought they'd be turned away. You cannot unmake what you've made, Dr. Frankenstein. The deed is done, but you can choose what you do next. You can choose to be better, to try to balance the scales, starting now." It was the truth, stark and uncompromising, but delivered with the profound mercy of one who knew the cost of despair. She rose and brought him tea, a deep amber brew of bergamot and honey, spiked with the calming florals of lavender and chamomile, and she set down a slice of cake, dark as midnight, rich with cocoa and molasses, sweet as forgiveness, topped with a dollop of fresh cream that tasted like hope, like second chances, like the slim but persistent possibility of redemption. "Eat," she said gently. "Tonight just rest. The world can wait until morning." Victor obeyed. The warmth of the tea spread through him, a welcome invasion that chased away the debilitating chill. The cake was a richness he hadn't known he craved, and for the first time in longer than he could remember, the tight, agonizing knot of guilt in his chest loosened just slightly. The other visitors offered their own quiet comfort. Rip nodded from his seat by the fire. "I've been lost too. Waking up to find your entire world has passed you by. That's a kind of guilt. But you can find your way back. It's not too late." His simple, earnest words were a powerful antidote to Victor's profound sense of lost time. Ichabod Crane raised his cup of tea in a solemn salute, his nervous energy momentarily subdued by a shared gravity. "We've all run from things we fear, from the consequences of our choices, from shadows in the dark. But stopping and accepting help, that's harder, but it's better." The horseman paused his game, his faceless form conveying deep empathy. He placed his hand over where his heart would be, a silent, ancient gesture of solidarity. He too was a creation of violence and a wanderer consumed by regret. Joe brought him a small, warm scone, drizzled with lemon glaze. "The fact that you're here, that you feel remorse, that matters," she stated with her characteristic blunt honesty. "That means you're not a monster. Monsters don't care about the pain they cause. You do. So don't give up on yourself. Don't let the guilt win." Victor managed a weak, exhausted smile that held a tiny spark of genuine relief. "Thank you," he murmured, looking at the collection of strange, wounded souls who had offered him unconditional refuge. Thank you all. The bakery settled back into its peaceful hum, the shadows of the past momentarily held at bay by the light of the fire and the grace of a shared loaf of bread. The final hour arrived like a gift, quiet and perfect. Beth sat at the piano in the corner and began to play, soft melodies that spoke of safety and home. Amy sketched, filling pages with drawings of this magical night. Joe and the horsemen continued their chess match, weaving stories between moves. Meg wrote a letter by lamplight, recording this evening she'd never forget. Ichabod and Rip talked about books and sleep, and the strange way time moved when you were lost or afraid. They spoke like old friends, united by their understanding of fear and their gratitude for this respite. Victor sat near the fire, the blanket around his shoulders, a cup of tea in his hands, watching it all with wonder, as if he'd forgotten that the world could be gentle, as if he was remembering that he could be part of something warm and good. Medusa moved among them like a gentle spirit, refilling cups, offering treats, her serpents drowsy and content. "It's nearly midnight," she said softly. "The storm has passed, but you're all welcome to stay. There are rooms upstairs, or you can sleep by the fire, or take treats for the road, knowing you can always return." "I'll stay," Victor said, "just for tonight. I need to remember what peace feels like." "I'll stay too," Ichabod added. "I'm not ready to face the darkness again." "We should get home," Meg said, "but just a little longer. I want to remember every moment of this." "A little longer," Beth agreed, still playing her gentle melodies. Joe grinned. "I'm not leaving until I win at least one more game." The horseman's shoulders shook in silent laughter. Rip was already asleep in his chair by the fire, snoring softly, peaceful at last. The horseman stood, bowed deeply to Medusa in gratitude, placed coins on the counter despite her refusal, and with a swirl of his cloak was gone into the night. But the warmth of his presence lingered. The March sisters gathered their things, accepting a box of pastries from Medusa. "Come back," she told them, "whenever you need to. Bring your mother, bring anyone who needs shelter." They promised they would, hugging her before stepping out into the now clear night, stars appearing between breaking clouds. They linked arms and walked away, already planning when they'd return. Victor and Ichabod went upstairs to rest, guided by Medusa's gentle hands. She gave them tea to help them sleep, turned down beds with clean linens, left candles burning for comfort. "Sleep," she told Victor, "and when you wake, we'll talk about what comes next, about how to move forward, about how to make amends through choosing to be better one day at a time." Victor nodded, too tired for words, but something in his expression had softened, as if her words had given him permission to breathe. Medusa covered Rip with another blanket and let him sleep by the fire. Then she moved through the bakery, extinguishing some lamps, leaving others burning low. She collected dishes, washed them, put them away. The serpents in her hair helped, plucking towels from hooks. She prepared dough for tomorrow's bread, kneading it smooth, letting it rise in a warm spot. She mixed batter for morning muffins and set it to chill. She wiped down the counter, swept the floor, straightened the chairs, and as she worked she hummed a melody with no name, old as stone, old as the magic that had transformed her from victim to survivor, from monster to baker, from the creature of legends to the keeper of this warm, welcoming place. The night grew deeper, quieter, softer. Through the windows the moon finally appeared, a perfect Halloween moon, orange and huge and low on the horizon. Its light spilled through the windows and mixed with the golden lamplight, creating shadows that were gentle rather than frightening. Medusa finished her work and stood in the centre of her bakery, looking around at the space she'd created, at the tables where strangers had become friends, at the fireplace where warmth was freely given, at the counter where flour and butter transformed into comfort, into healing, into hope. This was her magic now. Not the power to turn living things to stone, but the power to turn broken people into whole ones, to turn fear into peace, to turn isolation into connection. She thought of all the visitors who had come through her door tonight, frightened Ichabod and lonely horseman, lost Rip and grieving Victor, the lively March sisters with their dreams, each one carrying their own burdens, their own pain, and each one leaving lighter, warmer, more at peace. This was enough. This was everything. Medusa moved to the door and looked out at the quiet street. The rain had stopped completely. The air smelled clean and fresh. A clock told midnight somewhere. Halloween was over, and All Saints' Day had begun. But in Medusa's moonlit bakery, time moved differently. Here, it was always the hour of shelter, always the moment of welcome, always the perfect time for tea and kindness. She turned the sign "So Welcome" faced out, because really that was what mattered. Not just that the door was unlocked, but that anyone who came would know they were wanted, valued, welcomed. Then she locked the door, not to keep people out, but simply because even magical bakeries need rest sometimes, and moved back through her warm domain. Rip was still sleeping by the fire, dreaming of simple things, of home and comfort and belonging. Upstairs, Victor and Ichabod were finding the rest they desperately needed, their troubled minds soothed by warm beds and the knowledge that they were safe, that tomorrow was another chance to try again. And outside, the moon sailed higher in the clearing sky, its orange glow fading to silver, its light blessing the quiet street and the bakery that stood at the corner like a lighthouse, like a haven, like a promise that kindness still existed in the world. Medusa climbed the stairs to her own room, small and simple, with a bed and a window and everything she needed. The serpents in her hair were already asleep, coiled close and warm. She changed into a nightgown, washed her face, and climbed into bed. Through her window she could see the moon and the stars, could hear the last drips of water from the eaves, could feel the deep peace that came from work well done, from kindness given, from magic shared. Tomorrow there would be more visitors. Tomorrow there would be more bread to bake, more tea to pour, more comfort to offer. But tonight was perfect, complete, whole. Medusa closed her eyes, the serpents murmuring their contentment, and let sleep take her gently, peacefully, like falling into warm water, like sinking into clouds, like coming home. And in the bakery below, the fire burned low and steady. The lamps glowed softly, and everything was warm and safe and peaceful, waiting for morning, waiting for the next person who would need shelter, waiting to offer exactly what the world needed most. A place to rest, a warm drink, a kind word, and the simple, powerful magic of knowing you are welcome. Cozy rainy day, arcane bakery, a Halloween evening sleepy story. The rain had been falling since twilight, steady and purposeful, drumming a gentle rhythm against the cobblestones of Crescent Lane. It was Halloween night, and the air carried that peculiar quality of autumn evenings, when the world seems to hold its breath between seasons, between light and dark, between what is known and what might be. The street lamps cast wavering pools of amber light through the mist, and somewhere in the distance, church bells tolled the hour with a deep, resonant voice that seemed to echo from very far away. On the corner where Crescent Lane curved toward the old stone bridge, there stood a bakery. The Arcane Crumb Bakery, its sign read in elegant, slightly weathered letters that seemed to shimmer with their own faint luminescence. Warm golden light spilled from its windows, cutting through the rain-soaked darkness like a promise. The glass panes were slightly fogged with condensation, and through them the soft glow of lamplight and the flicker of a fireplace created dancing shadows that looked almost like living things. Inside, the bakery was everything a refuge should be on such a night. The air was thick with the scent of fresh bread, cinnamon, brown sugar, and something else. Something harder to name, like dried herbs and old paper, and the faint sweetness of honey left too long in the comb. Wooden beams crossed the ceiling, dark with age and hung with bundles of dried flowers and herbs that swayed, almost imperceptibly in the warmth rising from the ovens. The walls were lined with shelves holding jars of mysterious ingredients, powders that glimmered, preserved fruits that seemed to glow from within, crystallized ginger that caught the light like amber. A large stone fireplace dominated one wall, its flames crackling softly and sending shadows dancing across the worn floorboards. Several mismatched but deeply comfortable armchairs were arranged before it, each with its own small side table and a patchwork cushion that looked as though it had cradled countless weary travellers. In the corners of the room, oil lamps with coloured glass shades cast pools of rose and amber and soft green light, creating little islands of warmth in the cosy space. The display case near the counter was a wonder unto itself. Behind its glass front, arranged on doilies of ivory lace, were the evening's special offerings. There were Jack-o'-crumb pastries that seemed to pulse with a faint, warm glow from within, as though they contained their own tiny sunsets. There were shadow scones, dark as midnight but dusted with sugar that sparkled like stars. There were spirit ward sweetbreads, braided into intricate knots and glazed with honey and herbs. There were moonlight macarons that shimmered with an opalescent sheen, and travellers' tarts filled with something that looked like captured twilight. Behind the counter, in the doorway that led to the back kitchen, a figure moved quietly. The baker, whose face was always somehow in shadow, whose presence was felt more than seen. The baker had been here as long as anyone could remember, and would be here, one suspected, for as long as anyone might need a place of warmth and wonder on a cold and stormy night. The shop bell, an old brass affair with a gentle, melodious tone, gave a soft chime as the door opened. A gust of wind brought in a scatter of wet leaves and the smell of rain-soaked earth, and with it came the evening's first visitor. He had to duck to enter, for he was tall, impossibly tall, really, and there was something about his proportions that seemed not quite right, as though he existed on a slightly different scale than the rest of the world. He wore a long black cloak that dripped steadily onto the floorboards, and beneath it the dark clothing of another century. His boots left no puddles exactly, but something that might have been puddles if one looked at them from the corner of one's eye. The most notable thing about him, of course, was his lack of a head, or rather the flaming jack-o'-lantern he carried in the crook of one arm, its triangular eyes flickering with an inner fire that cast orange light across the bakery's walls. The headless horseman of Sleepy Hollow had arrived. "Good evening," said the baker softly, as though there were nothing at all unusual about the visitor. "You've come for the Jack-o'-crumb, I imagine." The pumpkin's mouth seemed to move, though perhaps it was only a trick of the flickering flame within. The voice that emerged was surprisingly gentle, a whisper like wind through autumn leaves. "Every Halloween," it said, "every year since, well, since time beyond remembering. The flame burns low after my midnight ride. Only the Jack-o'-crumb can restore it until the season turns again." The baker nodded and moved to the display case, selecting one of the glowing pastries with careful reverence. It was placed on a small ceramic plate decorated with painted leaves and offered to the spectral horseman. He accepted it with what might have been a bow, the pumpkin's light brightening momentarily. "You'll find a chair by the fire comfortable while you wait for the hour," the baker said. "The ride does not begin until midnight after all. There's time yet for rest." The horseman moved toward the fireplace, his cloak making no sound at all as it swept across the floor. He settled into one of the chairs, or perhaps hovered just above it, and placed his jack-o'-lantern on the side table where its light joined the glow of the fire. He held the Jack-o'-crumb pastry carefully, and even from across the room one could see the way its golden glow seemed to pulse in gentle rhythm, like a heartbeat or the steady breathing of a sleeper. The rain continued its patient drumming against the windows. The fire crackled and popped. The horseman sat in stillness, a figure of legend taking a moment's respite before the wild ride through the sleeping countryside that would come when the clock struck 12. The bell chimed again, And this time the man who entered was of more ordinary dimensions, though there was nothing ordinary about the distress written across his features. He was perhaps 40, with dark hair going to grey at the temples, and his clothes, while respectably professional, were somewhat dishevelled. He wore the look of a man who had been walking through the rain for some time without quite noticing it. His eyes darted around the bakery with a combination of relief and barely concealed desperation. "Dr. Jekyll," the baker said, and it was not a question. "You're seeking the transformation delay loaf." "Yes," the man said, his voice cultured but strained. "Yes, The night is growing darker, you see, and I can feel. That is, I've been struggling to..." He broke off, pressing his fingers to his temples. "I need something to hold off the change, just until morning, just until the sun rises and I can return to my laboratory and correct the formula. I've been so careless, so foolish." The baker had already retrieved a dense, dark loaf from the back shelves, not from the display case, but from the mysterious storage behind the counter where the truly arcane provisions were kept. It was wrapped in cloth that might have been woven from moonlight and herbs, and even through the wrapping one could catch the scent of powerful protective things: rosemary and sage, valerian and lavender, and something else that smelled of deep earth and growing roots. "This will help," the baker said gently. "Slice it thin and eat it slowly. It will strengthen the better nature and quiet the other aspects. There is tea as well, the clarity blend. Take a cup and sit. You're safe here." Dr. Jekyll accepted the loaf and the steaming cup that the baker poured from a pot that had been warming by the fire. His hands were shaking slightly, but as he inhaled the fragrant steam rising from the tea, his shoulders began to relax incrementally. He found a small table near one of the bookcases, where he could sit with his back to the wall and watch both the door and the fire, and he began to carefully slice the dark loaf with a small knife provided on a wooden board. As he ate slowly and methodically, his breathing began to even out. The tension in his jaw eased. He closed his eyes for a moment and simply sat, holding the warm cup between both hands, letting the bakery's peaceful atmosphere wash over him like a balm. The horseman watched him from his chair by the fire, the jack-o'-lantern's eyes glowing with what might have been sympathy. They were both, in their ways, prisoners of their natures, one riding eternally through the autumn nights, the other forever struggling against the darkness within. The storm outside intensified for a moment, wind howling around the corners of the building, rattling the old glass in its frames. The rain came down harder, and then the bell chimed once more, announcing another refugee from the weather. This man was older, thin and stooped, wearing clothes that had once been fine but now showed signs of wear and neglect. His face was deeply lined, the features sharp and pinched, and he looked around the bakery with an expression that mingled suspicion with desperate hope. His eyes were haunted, truly haunted, in a way that went beyond mere metaphor. "Mr. Scrooge," the baker said, and there was particular gentleness in the greeting. "Welcome. You're trying to outrun your ghost tonight." Ebenezer Scrooge flinched visibly at the words. "I keep hearing them," he said, his voice rough and worn. "Behind me, in every shadow, the chains, the voices. I thought I was done with all that years ago, after the Christmas visitation, but tonight, Halloween, they say the veil grows thin, and I can feel them gathering again. The spirits of my past, all those I wronged, all those I failed to help." His hands were trembling, and his eyes kept darting toward the dark corners of the bakery, as though expecting something terrible to emerge from them. The baker moved with calm purpose, selecting 3 items from the display case: a spirit ward sweetbread, its braided form intricate and beautiful, a small tart filled with something that glowed very faintly, and a honey cake that smelled of protection and peace. "These are baked with intention," the baker explained, setting them on a small tray, along with a pot of chamomile tea infused with herbs of warding. "Eat slowly, and know that no malevolent spirit can enter this place. The arcane crumb has stood for centuries, and its wards are strong. You're protected here, Mr. Scrooge. The ghosts that follow you cannot cross this threshold unless invited." Scrooge took the tray with hands that shook less than they had a moment before. He found a chair in the corner farthest from the door, but still within sight of the fire, and he sat down heavily, as though he'd been walking for miles. He broke off a piece of the spirit ward sweetbread and ate it slowly, and as he did, the tension in his shoulders began to ease. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply, and when he opened them again, they were clearer, less wild. "I can still hear the rain," he said quietly to no one in particular, "but the other sounds, the chains, the whispers, they're fading." Dr. Jekyll looked up from his own table and gave the older man a small nod of understanding. They were different men from different stories, but at this moment they shared the bond of those who struggled against forces they could barely comprehend. The fire crackled. The horseman's pumpkin glowed steadily. The rain continued its soothing percussion against the windows. The 3 figures sat in companionable silence, each engaged with their own thoughts and their own sanctuary treats, while the baker moved quietly in the background, tending to things unseen. When the bell chimed the next time, it announced a visitor of an entirely different demeanour. She was young, or appeared to be, with long blonde hair that somehow remained only slightly damp despite the storm outside. She wore a blue dress with a white apron, slightly old-fashioned but spotlessly clean, and she looked around the bakery with an expression of calm curiosity, as though magical bakeries were simply one more interesting thing in a world full of interesting things. "How curious," said Alice, for that was who she was, the Alice who had once fallen down a rabbit hole and found herself in the most peculiar of worlds. "I was just thinking how nice it would be to find somewhere warm and dry, and here you are. Do you have any eat me cakes? Or perhaps drink me bottles? I've found them terribly useful in the past." The baker smiled. It was impossible to see, but somehow the smile could be felt in the warmth of the room. I have something even better, invisibility cookies, for travellers who sometimes need to go unnoticed, and a pot of reality anchor tea for those who have drifted through too many strange worlds and need to remember which one is home. How perfectly practical, Alice said approvingly. She approached the counter and examined the cookies with interest. They were pale silver, dusted with something that looked like crushed pearls, and they seemed to shimmer and fade at the edges as though uncertain of their own existence. "I'll take 3 of these, please, and a cup of the tea. One never knows when one might need to slip past a Queen of Hearts or avoid a Jabberwock." She paid with a coin that looked like it might have been minted in a place where the normal rules of currency didn't quite apply, and she took her selections to a comfortable armchair near the bookshelf. She sat with perfect posture, crossed her ankles neatly, and proceeded to eat her cookie and drink her tea while gazing around at her fellow patrons with polite interest. "Good evening," she said generally, to the room. "Isn't it nice to be out of the rain? I do think rain is much more pleasant when one is looking at it from inside rather than standing about in it." Dr. Jekyll gave her a slight smile, the first expression of anything approaching pleasure that had crossed his face since he arrived. "Indeed," he said, "the young lady makes an excellent point." Scrooge nodded but said nothing, still focused on his spirit-ward sweetbread and the way it seemed to create a bubble of peace around him. The horseman's pumpkin flickered in what might have been agreement. Alice seemed perfectly satisfied with these responses and turned her attention to the bookshelves, where she began examining the titles with interest. They were an eclectic collection: travel journals from impossible places, cookbooks that dealt with ingredients that didn't exist, poetry written in languages that had never been spoken, and picture books whose illustrations seemed to move when you weren't looking directly at them. The door opened once more, and this time the wind brought in not one visitor but 2. A girl of perhaps 11 or 12, wearing a gingham dress and carrying a small dog in her arms. The dog was soaked, shivering, and looked profoundly grateful when the door closed behind them, shutting out the storm. "Oh my," said Dorothy Gale, for that was certainly who she was, complete with Toto tucked protectively against her chest. "This is much better than Kansas. A cozy rainy day, Persephone's Pumpkin Bakery, a Halloween evening sleepy story." The rain had been falling since twilight, a steady autumn rain that drummed against window panes and turned the cobblestone streets into rivers of reflected lamplight. On the corner of Maple and Grove, where the old neighbourhood curved into a cosy cluster of shops and houses, one particular window glowed warmer than all the others, a golden amber light that seemed to pulse with the very essence of shelter and safety. Above the door, a hand-painted sign swayed gently in the wind: Persephone's Pumpkin Bakery. The letters were decorated with tiny painted pomegranate seeds and autumn leaves, and beneath them, in smaller script, "Open for wayfarers, wanderers, and those seeking warmth." Tonight, on this particular Halloween evening, the bakery seemed to glow with extra welcome. Smoke curled from the chimney in lazy spirals, carrying with it the scent of cinnamon, nutmeg, cloves, and brown butter. The scent of pumpkin bread baking low and slow. The perfume of spiced apple cider simmering on the stove. And underneath it all, something indefinable. Something that smelled like coming home after a very long journey. Inside, the bakery was a study in cozy perfection. The walls were the colour of warm honey, lined with shelves that held ancient cookbooks, ceramic pumpkins, and clusters of dried herbs tied with ribbon. A fireplace crackled softly in the corner, its flames casting dancing shadows across the worn wooden floors. Small tables were scattered throughout the space, each topped with a tiny oil lamp and a small vase holding sprigs of rosemary or late-blooming asters. Behind the counter, barely visible in the warm haze of flour and steam, a figure moved with quiet grace. Persephone herself, goddess of spring and queen of the underworld, tended to her ovens and mixing bowls with the practiced ease of someone who had found their true calling. Her dark hair was pinned up loosely, a few curls escaping to frame her face. She wore a simple apron covered in faded pomegranate prints, and her hands were dusted with flour as she shaped dough into crescents and rounds. Tonight's special offerings were arranged in the glass display case, each one a small work of art. Pomegranate seed tartlets with dark chocolate ganache, pumpkin scones studded with crystallized ginger, soul cakes marked with ancient symbols, honey cakes shaped like autumn leaves, and her famous underworld brownies, dark, fudgy squares topped with a thin layer of pomegranate glaze that shimmered in the lamplight. The rain grew heavier, and the first visitor arrived. The door opened with a soft chime, and a gust of wind brought in the scent of wet wool and October leaves. A young woman stepped inside, shaking rain from her dark hair. She wore a simple brown dress, practical boots, and carried a satchel that bulged with papers and books. Her face was flushed from the cold, and her eyes, bright and intelligent, took in the bakery with obvious relief. "Oh, thank goodness," she breathed, closing the door firmly behind her. "Oh, I thought I'd be walking in circles forever." Persephone looked up from her work and smiled. "Welcome," she said, her voice warm and unhurried. "You're safe here. Come, dry yourself by the fire." The young woman needed no further invitation. She moved toward the fireplace, extending her cold hands toward the flames. "I'm Jo," she said. "Jo March. I was on my way to deliver a manuscript to my publisher when the storm caught me. I thought I knew these streets, but everything looks different in the rain." "The rain has a way of changing things," Persephone agreed, wiping her hands on her apron, "of revealing what was always there but perhaps hidden. Tell me, Jo March, what would warm you best on such a night?" Jo considered, her eyes drawn to the display case. "Something with spice, I think, and something I can hold. I've been so cold for so long." Persephone nodded, as if she had known the answer before asking. She poured steaming spiced cider into a thick ceramic mug, the kind that warmed your hands just by holding it, and selected a large pumpkin scone still warm from the oven, its top scattered with coarse sugar that sparkled in the firelight. She brought both to Jo, who had settled into a chair by the fire. "This is perfect," Jo said, wrapping her hands around the mug. This cider smelled of apples and cinnamon, cloves and star anise, with a hint of something darker and more mysterious, perhaps black pepper or cardamom. She took a slow sip, feeling the warmth spread through her chest. The scone was tender, with a crisp exterior and a soft pumpkin sweet interior studded with chunks of crystallized ginger that provided little bursts of heat and sweetness. "I've been writing a new story," Jo said quietly, as if the bakery itself had asked the question. "About sisters and sacrifice, about choosing love over ambition, or perhaps finding a way to have both." She broke off a piece of scorn, watching the steam rise from its centre. "Sometimes I wonder if I'm brave enough to tell the truths I need to tell." "All stories worth telling require bravery," Persephone said softly from behind the counter. "The first truth is always the hardest to speak aloud." Jo nodded, understanding without needing to understand. She ate slowly, savouring each bite, feeling her shoulders begin to relax, her breathing slow and deepen. Outside, the rain continued its steady percussion, but here, by the fire, with warm cider and good food, the world felt safe and manageable. The door chimed again. This time, the figure that entered was unusual. A man made entirely of tin, his joints creaking slightly as he stepped out of the rain. Water ran in rivulets down his polished surface, and he moved with careful deliberation, as if each step required thought and intention. "Good evening," he said, his voice surprisingly gentle for someone made of metal. "I apologize for dripping on your floor. I was caught in the rain, and I fear my joints are beginning to rust." "The Tin Woodman," Persephone said warmly, already reaching for a soft cloth. "I've been expecting someone like you. Come, stand near the fire, and I'll bring you oil for your joints, and something to keep you company while you dry." The Tin Woodman moved gratefully toward the warmth, nodding politely to Jo, who looked up with interest. Persephone brought a small tin of fine oil and helped him apply it to his elbows and knees, each joint squeaking and then falling silent as the oil worked its way in. "Thank you," he said, his voice full of such genuine gratitude that it seemed to fill the room. "I've been walking for many miles thinking about hearts. I once sought a heart because I believed I didn't have one. But now I understand that feeling too much can be just as difficult as feeling too little." "Sit," Persephone said gently. "I have something for you." She brought him a plate with one of her soul cakes, a small round cake marked with a cross, traditionally made to represent the souls of the departed. But these were special, enriched with honey and studded with currants, spiced with allspice and nutmeg. They were meant to honor the heart, to feed it, to remind it that feeling deeply was not a burden, but a gift. "I cannot eat," the Tin Woodman said sadly, "but I thank you for the kindness." "Then simply hold it," Persephone suggested. "Sometimes nourishment comes from knowing someone cared enough to offer." The Tin Woodman held the small cake in his metal hands, and something in his posture softened. He sat near Jo, and they fell into quiet conversation. Two writers, in a way, both trying to understand the stories they found themselves living. The fire crackled, the rain drummed, the bakery held them both in its warm embrace. Another chime, and another. Arrival. A young woman entered, more carefully put together than Joe, but with the same essential March family resemblance. She wore a travelling cloak that had once been fine but was now soaked through, and she carried a small basket covered with a damp cloth. "Meg!" Joe exclaimed, standing. "What are you doing out in such weather?" Meg March smiled, tired but genuinely pleased to see her sister. "I was bringing preserves to Mrs. Hummel and got turned around in the rain. I saw the light and thought, I hoped, it might be a place to rest for a moment." "It is exactly that," Persephone said, materializing from the back with a fresh pot of tea. "Sit with your sister. You both need warmth and rest." Meg settled beside Joe, and Persephone brought her a cup of chamomile tea with honey and a slice of honey cake shaped like an autumn leaf. The cake was dense and moist, flavoured with orange blossom water and studded with chopped walnuts, the top glazed with a thin layer of honey that caught the firelight. "This is beautiful," Meg said softly, admiring the cake before taking a small bite. The flavour was subtle but complex, sweet and floral, with an earthy undertone from the walnuts and a hint of spice she couldn't quite identify. Perhaps cardamom, perhaps just the essence of autumn itself. The March sisters sat together, their shoulders touching, sharing warmth and occasional words. Joe showed Meg the papers in her satchel, and Meg told Joe about the Hummel children and their latest adventures. Their conversation was the comfortable kind that required no performance, no wit, just the ease of being known and loved. The Tin Woodman listened, his metal face somehow conveying deep contentment. "I had friends once," he said quietly. "We travelled a long road together. Sometimes I miss that companionship more than I can say." "Friends have a way of finding each other again," Persephone said, refilling Joe's cider, "even across impossible distances, even when it seems the story has ended." The door chimed once more. The man who entered was tall and exceedingly lean, with a scholarly stoop and nervous eyes that darted around the bakery as if expecting something to jump out at him. He wore a suit that had seen better days and a cravat that was slightly askew. His hands trembled slightly as he closed the door. Is this a safe place?" he asked, his voice anxious. "I've been followed, you see, or I think I have. Shadows and sounds. The night plays tricks on a man's mind, especially on Halloween." "You're quite safe here, Mr. Crane," Persephone said calmly. "No shadows may enter here without invitation. Come, sit by the fire. You look as though you could use something to steady your nerves." Ichabod Crane moved into the bakery as if stepping into sanctuary. He took a seat at a table near the hearth, his long fingers fidgeting with the buttons on his coat. "You know my name," he said, surprised. "I know all my guests," Persephone replied. "It's part of what I do." She brought him a mug of hot cocoa, rich and dark, made with real chocolate and cream, topped with a small mountain of whipped cream and a dusting of cinnamon. Beside it, she placed 2 of her underworld brownies, their pomegranate glaze gleaming like garnets. Ichabod wrapped his hands around the mug, breathing in the chocolate-scented steam. He took a sip, and some of the tension left his shoulders. The cocoa was exactly the right temperature, hot enough to warm but cool enough to drink immediately. It tasted of comfort and childhood, of safety and sweetness. He bit into one of the brownies, and his eyes widened. The texture was impossibly fudgy, almost truffle-like, and the chocolate flavour was deep and intense. The pomegranate glaze added something unexpected, a bright tart sweetness that cut through the richness and added complexity. Seeds of actual pomegranate were scattered on top, providing little bursts of juice and texture. "Ah, this is remarkable," he said, his voice steadier. "I've never tasted anything quite like it." "Pomegranates have a special significance," Persephone said, a small smile playing at her lips. "They bind us to places. They remind us of promises and seasons that change. But they can also simply be delicious." Ichabod ate slowly, savouring each bite, and as he ate he began to relax. He told the assembled group about his position as schoolmaster, about his love of ghost stories, and his unfortunate tendency to let his imagination run away with him. "I see headless horsemen in every shadow," he admitted, "but I cannot seem to help myself." "Perhaps," the Tin Woodman suggested gently, "you love the fear as much as the safety. Some of us seek feelings, even uncomfortable ones, because they remind us we're alive." Ichabod considered this, taking another sip of cocoa. "Perhaps you're right," he said finally. "Perhaps I've been running toward the very things I claim to fear." The conversation drifted and wandered, as conversations in warm places on cold nights tend to do. Outside, the rain had settled into a gentle, steady rhythm. Inside, the fire burned low and even, and Persephone moved quietly between her oven and her guests, making sure cups were filled and plates were never quite empty. The door opened again, bringing with it a swirl of rain-scented air. A girl entered, no more than 10 or 11, with long blonde hair that hung in damp waves around her face. She wore a blue dress that had been patched and mended many times, and she looked around the bakery with the wide-eyed wonder of someone who had seen many impossible things and was no longer quite surprised by them. "Oh," she said simply, "this is rather nice." "Alice," Persephone said, as if greeting an old friend, "come in out of the rain. You must be exhausted from all your growing and shrinking." Alice nodded seriously. "It's terribly tiring, actually, and confusing. Just when you think you understand the rules, they change entirely." She moved toward the fire where the others made room for her. "I do hope you have something with 'Eat Me' written on it. Those are generally quite good, though one never knows what size one will end up." Persephone laughed, a sound like wind chimes in a summer garden. "I have something even better. Something that keeps you exactly the size you are, which is perfect." She brought Alice a pot of tea, a special blend that smelled faintly of roses and bergamot, and a plate with several of her pomegranate seed tartlets. The tartlets were small and jewel-like, their dark chocolate ganache topped with glistening ruby-red pomegranate seeds arranged in intricate patterns. The crust was crisp and buttery, and the chocolate was silky and intense, balanced perfectly by the tart burst of the pomegranate. Alice ate with the focused attention of a child who had gone too long without a proper meal. She took small, precise bites, savouring each flavour. "This is sensible food," she pronounced. "It tastes like what it looks like, which is rarer than you might think." "I couldn't agree more," said Meg, smiling at the serious little girl. "I once attended a tea party," Alice continued, "where nothing made sense at all. The Mad Hatter and the March Hare and a very sleepy Dormouse. They spoke in riddles and changed the subject constantly. I found it rather exhausting." "Then you must need rest," Jo said kindly, "and sensible conversation." Alice nodded. "Yes, please. That would be lovely." She curled up in a chair with her tea, her damp dress beginning to steam gently in the warmth. The Tin Woodman told her a story about the Emerald City, and Ichabod, his earlier anxieties forgotten, recited a gentle poem about autumn leaves. The March sisters shared stories of their own childhood, of putting on plays in the attic and writing newspapers for their neighbourhood. The bakery was full now, full of warmth and voices and the gentle clinking of cups and plates. Persephone moved among her guests like a benevolent spirit, never intrusive but always present, making sure everyone had exactly what they needed. One final chime announced the last visitor of the evening. A girl entered wearing a gingham dress and carrying a small wicker basket. She had kind eyes and capable hands, and she looked around the bakery with a mixture of relief and recognition. "Dorothy!" the Tin Woodman exclaimed, rising with a creak of joints. "My dear friend," Dorothy Gale broke into a wide smile. "Nick! Oh, Nick, I've been looking for you. Well, not looking exactly, but hoping I might run into you, and here you are." They embraced, carefully given his metal construction, and Dorothy greeted the others with genuine warmth. She had the kind of open friendliness that made everyone feel immediately comfortable. Persephone brought her a mug of hot apple cider and a thick slice of pumpkin bread, the kind that's more like cake than bread, studded with chocolate chips and topped with a cream cheese frosting that melted slightly from the bread's residual warmth. "I was trying to get home," Dorothy explained, settling into a chair beside the Tin Woodman. "Not to Kansas this time. I have a new home now, here in this world, but the rain came on so suddenly and I couldn't quite remember the way. Then I saw the light from your bakery, and something told me this was exactly where I needed to be." "You were right to trust that feeling," Persephone said. "Sometimes we end up exactly where we need to be, even when we don't know we need to be there." Dorothy bit into the pumpkin bread and closed her eyes. "Oh my," she breathed. "This tastes like Aunt Em's kitchen, like home." And perhaps that was the greatest magic of Persephone's bakery. Each person tasted exactly what they needed to taste. For Dorothy, it was home and safety. For Joe, it was ambition tempered with comfort. For Ichabod, it was courage found at the bottom of a mug of cocoa. For Alice, it was sense in a senseless world. For the Tin Woodman, it was the knowledge that hearts could feel joy as easily as pain. The storm outside had gentled to a soft patter, more whisper than drumbeat. Inside the bakery, the assembled characters had arranged themselves in comfortable groupings. Dorothy and the Tin Woodman catching up on their adventures. The March sisters sharing their dreams and fears. Ichabod and Alice engaged in a surprisingly philosophical discussion about reality and imagination. Persephone began to prepare a final offering. She worked quietly, measuring and mixing with practiced grace. Into a large bowl went flour and sugar, butter and eggs, pumpkin puree, the colour of sunset, warm spices that filled the air with their perfume, cinnamon and ginger, nutmeg and clove, a touch of black pepper for depth. She folded everything together gently, poured the batter into a large pan and slid it into the oven. As it baked, she prepared the frosting. Cream cheese softened to perfect spreading consistency, butter, powdered sugar, vanilla, and just a touch of maple syrup. She whipped it until it was cloud-like and impossibly smooth. The timer chimed softly and she removed the cake from the oven. It had risen perfectly, its top cracked slightly to reveal the moist interior. She let it cool on a rack while she put the kettle on for one final round of tea. When the cake was ready, she frosted it with sweeping motions of her offset spatula, creating soft peaks and valleys in the cream cheese frosting. She decorated the top with a simple pattern of pomegranate seeds and crushed pecans, then carried the whole thing to the centre of the bakery. "My friends," she said, her voice warm and somehow melodic, "I've made something to share, something to mark this evening, this gathering, this unexpected community we've created together." She cut generous slices and served them on mismatched plates, each one beautiful in its own way, collected from different times and places. She poured fresh tea and refilled mugs of cider and cocoa. The assembled group gathered around the largest table, pulling chairs close together. They ate slowly, reverently almost, savouring the perfect balance of spice and sweetness, the tang of cream cheese frosting against the earthy richness of pumpkin cake. "I didn't expect this," Joe said softly. "When I walked through that door, I only wanted to escape the rain, but I've found something much more valuable." "Company," Meg agreed. "Connection. Safety," Ichabod added. "Sense," Alice said firmly. "Home," Dorothy whispered. "Heart," said the Tin Woodman, and everyone nodded because they understood that he meant it in the deepest possible way. They finished their cake in comfortable silence, the kind of silence that exists only between people who feel perfectly at ease with one another. Outside, the rain had stopped entirely, leaving behind only the soft drip, drip, drip of water from eaves and the fresh, clean smell of washed earth. But no one seemed eager to leave. Instead, they settled deeper into their chairs. The March sisters pulled out their books, Joe's manuscript pages, Meg's volume of poetry. Alice found a battered copy of a fairy tale collection on one of Persephone's shelves. and began reading aloud in her clear, serious voice. Dorothy and the Tin Woodman played a quiet game of cards, laughing softly at private jokes from their shared adventures. Ichabod dozed in his chair by the fire, his long frame finely relaxed, his face peaceful. Persephone dimmed the lamps one by one, leaving only the firelight and a few scattered candles. The bakery took on a dreamlike quality, all soft edges and warm shadows. She brought out pillows and blankets, thick, soft things that smelled of lavender and safety, and offered them to anyone who wanted to stay the night. "You're welcome to rest here as long as you need," she said. "The storm has passed, but that doesn't mean you must rush back into the world. Sometimes we need a little time in the in-between places, the threshold spaces, the warm harbours before the next journey begins." One by one, they accepted her offer. Jo stretched out on the window seat, wrapped in a quilt, her manuscript pages stacked neatly beside her. Meg curled up in an armchair, a blanket tucked around her shoulders. Alice made a nest of pillows on the floor near the fire, her fairy tale book open beside her. Dorothy and the Tin Woodman sat side by side on the old velvet sofa, talking in whispers until Dorothy's head drooped onto her friend's metal shoulder. Ichabod remained in his chair, snoring softly, all fears forgotten. Persephone banked the fire so it would burn gently through the night, providing warmth without needing tending. She covered the remaining baked goods with clean cloths, put away the last of the dishes, and stood for a moment in the centre of her bakery, looking at the peaceful faces of her guests. This was why she had created this place, not for profit or fame, but for moments exactly like this, when weary travellers found rest, when strangers became friends, when the warmth of bread and the sweetness of cake could heal small hurts and ease deep loneliness. She had lived many lives, walked many paths. She had been a daughter stolen away, a queen ruling beside a dark king, a goddess bringing spring to the world. She understood both the underworld and the upper world, darkness and light, death and rebirth. And she had learned that sometimes the most sacred space was neither above nor below, but right here in the middle, in bakeries and kitchens, in places where strangers gathered and were fed, body and soul. She took one last look around, then climbed the stairs to her own small room above the bakery. But she left a single lamp burning in the window, a beacon for any other late-night travellers who might need shelter, warmth, a place to rest between one adventure and the next. Outside, the night had cleared. Stars appeared between tattered clouds, and a thin moon cast silver light on the wet streets. The neighbourhood was quiet, everyone safe in their homes, dreaming their own dreams. Inside Persephone's pumpkin bakery, 7 travellers slept, their breathing slow and steady, their faces peaceful. They dreamed of different things, Jo of stories yet to be written, Meg of children and gardens, Alice of sensible tea parties, Ichabod of headless horsemen who turned out to be friends, Dorothy of a Kansas farm and an emerald city somehow existing in the same loving heart, and the Tin Woodman of the heart he'd had all along. beating steadily beneath his metal chest. And Persephone, lying in her bed above them all, smiled in her sleep, because she knew that tomorrow they would wake to fresh bread and hot coffee, to sunlight streaming through clean windows, to one last shared meal before they went back to their stories and their worlds. They would leave rested and fed, carrying with them the memory of this night, this place, these people who had become, for one perfect evening, a family. But that was tomorrow. Tonight, they simply rested, safe, warm, home. The rain had passed, and the world was clean and new, ready for whatever came next. But for now, in this moment, in this warm and magical place, there was only peace. The fire burned low, the candles flickered and steadied, and in Persephone's pumpkin bakery, on a Halloween night that had turned gentle and kind, everyone finally, deeply, completely rested. Sweet dreams, wanderers, sweet dreams.
The rainy day pumpkin pie bakery, a Thanksgiving evening. The rain began just as the afternoon light was fading soft at first, then steadier, drumming a gentle rhythm against the cobblestones of Maple Street. The storm had rolled in from the east, bringing with it the deep scent of autumn rain and fallen leaves, and the promise of a long, cozy evening indoors. At the corner where Maple Street curved into Chestnut Lane, a warm golden glow spilled out onto the wet sidewalk. The rainy day pumpkin pie bakery stood there as it always had, its windows fogged with steam, its sign painted with a cheerful orange pumpkin, and a slice of pie swaying slightly in the wind. Inside, the oven radiated a gentle, encompassing warmth, and the air was thick with the perfume of cinnamon, nutmeg, brown sugar, and butter. It was the sort of place that seemed to appear exactly when you needed it most, and tonight, with the storm settling in and Thanksgiving approaching, it was needed very much indeed. The bakery's interior was a study in comfort. Exposed wooden beams crossed the ceiling, dark with age and hung with bundles of dried herbs, sage, rosemary, and lavender. A large stone fireplace dominated one wall, flames crackling softly behind a brass screen, casting dancing shadows across the worn floorboards. Small round tables were scattered throughout the space, each with mismatched chairs that somehow all seemed perfectly right. A velvet armchair here, a ladder-back wooden chair there, a cushioned window seat that looked out onto the rain-soaked street. The walls were lined with shelves holding cookbooks with cracked spines, ceramic jars of flour and sugar, copper molds shaped like turkeys and cornucopias, and framed pressed flowers from summers long past. In the back, barely visible through an archway draped with strings of dried cranberries, the kitchen hummed with quiet industry. No one ever quite saw the baker clearly, just glimpses of flour-dusted hands, the sweep of a long apron, the gentle movement of someone who knew their craft so well it had become a meditation. Tonight, the display case near the front counter was filled with Thanksgiving treasures, pumpkin pies with perfectly crimped edges, their surfaces smooth as silk, apple tarts glazed with honey, pecan bars studded with nuts and drizzled with caramel, sweet potato hand pies dusted with cinnamon sugar, and in the very center, a magnificent maple walnut cake, 3 layers tall, frosted with cream cheese icing and decorated with candied autumn leaves that seemed to shimmer in the firelight. The rain grew heavier, pattering against the windows in waves, and the first visitor arrived. The door opened with the soft chime of a bell, letting in a gust of cool, damp air and a figure in a dripping cloak. She pushed back her hood to reveal dark hair pinned up beneath a simple bonnet, and brown eyes that held a mixture of determination and weariness. Elizabeth Bennet stamped her boots on the mat and looked around the bakery with an expression of relief so profound it was almost comical. "Good heavens," she said to no one in particular, though her voice carried the warmth of someone used to making conversation. "What a perfectly dreadful evening for a walk, and what a perfectly wonderful place to escape it." She unwrapped her cloak and hung it on a hook by the door, then approached the display case with the careful appreciation of someone who understood the value of simple pleasures. Her dress was spattered with mud at the hem. She had clearly walked some distance, but she carried herself with that particular brand of confidence that came from knowing one's own mind. From the back, a figure emerged just long enough to place a steaming cup on the counter, spiced cider, fragrant with cloves and star anise, with a cinnamon stick for stirring. Beside it appeared a small plate bearing a slice of apple tart, its latticed top perfectly golden, with a small scoop of cream melting slowly into the warm fruit. Elizabeth's eyes lit up. "How did you know?" she asked, but the baker had already retreated, leaving only the faintest smile in the air, like the Cheshire Cat's grin. Elizabeth carried her treasures to a table near the fireplace and settled in with a contented sigh, wrapping her hands around the warm cup and letting the heat seep into her fingers. "To think," she murmured, taking her first sip, "I began this walk convinced I knew exactly where I was going." Pride in one's sense of direction can be quite humbling when the rain begins. She smiled to herself, then took a bite of the tart. The apples were tender and sweet, with just the right touch of tartness, the crust buttery and light. She closed her eyes, and for a moment the concerns that had been troubling her family matters, social obligations, the complexities of understanding and being understood all seemed very far away. The rain continued its steady song against the windows. The fire crackled. Elizabeth ate her tart slowly, savoring each bite, letting the warmth of the bakery sink into her bones. She had nearly finished when the bell chimed again. This time, a tall, lean man entered, shaking water from a deerstalker cap. He had a sharp, angular face and eyes that took in the entire bakery in a single sweeping glance, noting the exits, the other patron, the display case, the shadows in the corners before he seemed to consciously relax his shoulders. Sherlock Holmes removed his coat with precise movements and hung it beside Elizabeth's cloak. "Remarkable," he said, his voice a rich baritone. "A bakery that appears on a corner where I could have sworn there was merely a boarded-up shop last week. And yet here it stands, warm and welcoming, as though it has been here for decades." He approached the counter, examining the baked goods with the intensity most people reserved for important documents. "The molecular structure of these pastries is quite extraordinary," The ratio of butter to flour in that crust is precisely calculated for maximum flakiness while maintaining structural integrity. From the kitchen came the softest sound. It might have been a chuckle, or perhaps just the settling of a pie cooling on a rack. A cup appeared on the counter, dark, strong coffee, aromatic and perfectly brewed, and beside it a generous slice of pecan bar, the nuts toasted to an ideal golden brown, the caramel neither too sweet nor too sticky. Holmes took both items with a nod of acknowledgement and moved to a table in the corner where he could observe both the door and the room. He sat with his back to the wall, old habits from countless investigations, but after a moment the tension in his posture eased. He took a sip of coffee and made a small sound of approval. "Miss Bennet, I presume," he said, glancing at Elizabeth. "The mud on your hem is characteristic of the path that leads from the east side of town, and your dress suggests you've been walking in weather you did not anticipate. Yet you carry no umbrella, which indicates either poor planning or a preference for spontaneity." Elizabeth looked up with amusement. "Mr. Holmes, if I'm not mistaken, I've heard of your methods. Though I must say, deducing a person's walking route seems rather a waste of your talents when you might simply enjoy your dessert in peace." Holmes smiled a rare, genuine expression. "You are quite right. My apologies. The habit of observation is difficult to suppress. But you make an excellent point." He took a bite of the pecan bar and actually closed his eyes for a moment. "Extraordinary. I have solved 3 seemingly impossible cases this month, and yet I find that none of them has brought me quite the satisfaction of this particular confection." "Perhaps," Elizabeth suggested gently, "that is because mysteries may be solved, but a perfect dessert may only be experienced. There is no puzzle to crack, no answer to seek, only the present moment to enjoy." Holmes considered this, taking another thoughtful bite. "You are a philosopher as well as a walker in the rain, I see." "Only a woman who has learned that not everything requires solving," Elizabeth replied with a smile. They fell into a companionable silence, each attending to their treats, while the rain drummed steadily on and the fire popped softly in its hearth. The bakery wrapped around them like a warm blanket, asking nothing, offering everything. The door chimed once more. A small, elderly woman bustled in, her cheeks pink with cold and exertion, her white hair escaping from beneath a lace cap. Mrs. Rachel Lynde looked exactly like someone who had spent the day doing good works for the community and was thoroughly chilled to the bone as a result. She had the air of a woman who knew everyone's business not from malice, but from genuine investment in her neighbor's welfare. "Well, mercy me," she exclaimed, surveying the bakery with bright, curious eyes. "What a treasure this place is. I've lived in this town for 30 years, well, in my town at any rate, though I seem to have taken a wrong turn somewhere, and I've never seen such a cozy establishment. The smell alone is worth the price of admission, though I hope the prices are reasonable. I've been helping organize the church Thanksgiving dinner all day, and I'm quite done in." Before she could even approach the counter, a cup appeared, chamomile tea with honey and a splash of cream. and a plate bearing a sweet potato hand pie, its crimped edges perfect, dusted with cinnamon sugar that caught the firelight like morning frost. "Oh," Mrs. Lynde pressed a hand to her chest. "How did you? Well, that's exactly what I needed." "Exactly. Someone here has the gift of hospitality, that's certain." She carried her tea and pie to a table near Elizabeth and Holmes, settling herself with the satisfied air of someone finally taking a well-earned rest. "I don't mean to interrupt," she said, though her tone suggested she was happy to interrupt if it meant good conversation. "But have you tried the treats here?" "I haven't tasted mine yet, but the smell is heavenly." "They are exceptional," Elizabeth assured her. "Beyond exceptional," Holmes added. "From a chemical standpoint, they represent a mastery of—" He caught Elizabeth's amused glance and stopped. "They are very good," he finished simply. Mrs. Lynde bit into her hand pie and made a small sound of pure contentment. The sweet potato filling was smooth and spiced with just a hint of ginger and maple, the pastry tender and flaky. "Oh, my stars," she breathed. "This tastes like every happy Thanksgiving I've ever had, all rolled into one." Her eyes grew a bit misty, like the year Anne came to Green Gables, unexpected as a storm and twice as transformative. I was certain she'd be all wrong for Matthew and Marilla, but that girl, well, she taught us all something about keeping our hearts open. "Anne?" Elizabeth inquired gently. "A girl I helped raise, in a manner of speaking, red-headed, full of imagination, and with more words than sense sometimes, but a good heart, the best heart, Mrs." Lynn smiled, lost in memory. She'd love this place. She'd probably write poetry about it, something about the sanctuary of flour and sugar, or the cathedral of crust and kindness. The three of them shared a warm laugh, and for a while they talked about the people they'd known, the places they'd been, the small moments that had shaped their lives. The conversation flowed easily, naturally, with none of the stiffness of strangers. The bakery seemed to soften the edges between people, making connection effortless. The storm outside intensified, wind rattling the windows, but inside the bakery the warmth only deepened. The bell chimed again, and this time 2 figures entered together. The first was a stout man with a red face and white whiskers, dressed in a long coat that had seen better days, but was clean and carefully mended. Bob Cratchit carried himself with the quiet dignity of someone who had known hardship but had never let it steal his capacity for joy. Beside him walked a young woman with gentle eyes and a threadbare shawl, his daughter, Martha, who worked as a milliner's apprentice and had just finished a long day of work. "Oh, Papa, look," Martha exclaimed softly. "What a wonderful place, and it's so warm. Your hands are like ice. Let's get you by the fire." "I'm quite all right, my dear," Bob protested, but he was already moving toward the hearth, drawn by its welcoming heat. "Though I confess, a rest would not go amiss. We've been walking a good while." Before either of them could speak, 2 cups appeared on the counter, hot cocoa for Martha, rich and dark with a cloud of whipped cream on top, and mulled wine for Bob, fragrant with orange peel and spices. Beside them, a plate appeared bearing 2 generous slices of the magnificent maple walnut cake, the cream cheese frosting piped in delicate swirls, the candied leaves glinting like amber. Martha gasped softly, "But we haven't even ordered," or "How much do we owe?" From the kitchen came that sound again, warmth without words, a feeling more than a voice that seemed to say, "You owe nothing but to enjoy what has been given." Bob's eyes grew bright. "Remarkable kindness," he murmured. "It reminds me of learning that there is more generosity in the world than we sometimes believe, that cold hearts can warm, and that every day is a chance for gratitude." They carried their treasures to a table near the others, and soon they were all talking together, Elizabeth sharing witty observations about society, Holmes describing a particularly puzzling case with all identifying details carefully omitted, Mrs. Lind offering opinions on everything from weather to human nature, and Bob and Martha listening with pleasure, occasionally adding their own gentle stories about Tim, the youngest Cratchit child, and his boundless hope despite his struggles. "He insists on helping with everything," Martha said fondly, "even when he shouldn't strain himself. He has such a generous spirit he wanted to give away half his dessert at dinner last week to a child who was crying. Never mind that we had precious little to spare. That's the thing about gratitude," Elizabeth mused. "It multiplies when shared. The more you give thanks, the more you find to be thankful for." Holmes nodded slowly, an unusual expression of contemplation on his face. "I spend my days analyzing motives, most of them selfish or cruel. It is refreshing to be reminded that kindness exists without motive, without calculation, simply because it should." The fire crackled its agreement, and the rain continued its lullaby against the glass. The door opened once more, admitting a woman whose bearing suggested both strength and weariness. She was tall and wore simple, practical clothing, her dark hair pulled back severely, her face lined with the evidence of many long days. Jane Eyre paused in the doorway, taking in the scene, the warm bakery, the gathered strangers talking like old friends, the impossible coziness of it all, with an expression of someone who had learned not to trust easy comfort, but desperately wanted to. "Forgive me," she said quietly. "I was caught in the storm and saw the light. I don't mean to intrude." "No intrusion at all, Mrs. Lind called out warmly. Come in. There's plenty of room and apparently plenty of treats. This is a magical place, I'm convinced of it." Jane closed the door behind her and removed her damp coat. She moved carefully, as though afraid the spell might break, and approached the counter where, without surprise now, because the bakery's magic was becoming understood, a cup appeared. Earl Grey tea, perfectly steeped, with a slice of lemon, and beside it a slice of pumpkin pie, its filling smooth and perfectly spiced, topped with a generous dollop of fresh whipped cream. Jane's breath caught. "Pumpkin pie," she whispered. "I haven't had pumpkin pie since I was a child. Before Lowood, before." She trailed off, then straightened her shoulders. Thank you, whoever you are, wherever you are, thank you. She joined the others, and they made space for her gladly. For a while, she simply sat, warming her hands on the teacup, letting the conversation wash over her. Holmes, with unexpected gentleness, began describing the scientific properties of pumpkin, its nutritional value, its historical significance, in a way that was somehow soothing rather than pedantic. Elizabeth asked Jane about her work. She was a teacher, she said, and loved it despite its challenges. Mrs. Lynn declared that teachers were the backbone of civilization and should be paid in gold. Bob raised his cup in agreement, and Martha smiled shyly, admitting she'd always loved learning but hadn't had many opportunities for it. Learning is a gift we can give ourselves at any age, Jane said softly, her voice growing stronger. I have known darkness, true darkness, of the spirit and of circumstance, but I have also learned that we are not defined by what happens to us, but by how we choose to move forward. And sometimes moving forward means accepting a moment of peace when it's offered. She took a bite of her pie, and her eyes closed in appreciation. Just like this. The rain had softened to a steady, gentle patter. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, radiating heat without flame. The bakery felt like a ship at anchor in a peaceful harbor, riding out the storm with all its passengers safe aboard. And still, the door opened one last time. A young man entered, perhaps not quite a man yet, more a boy on the cusp of adulthood. He had tousled brown hair, clothes that had been patched and mended, and in his hand he carried a small, battered book. Jim Hawkins looked around the bakery with the bright eyes of someone who had seen adventure but had learned to value safety, who had found treasure but had discovered that home was worth more. Is this real? He asked, with the blunt honesty of youth. I've been walking for hours, and I was certain I was lost, and then I smelled. Well, it smelled like my mother's kitchen at Thanksgiving, when we actually had a kitchen. I mean, before we moved to the inn. Before everything changed. It's real, Martha assured him gently. Come sit down. You look half frozen. Jim didn't need to be asked twice. Before he reached the counter, a mug appeared. Hot cider with a stick of cinnamon and a thick slice of apple tart, not the delicate one Elizabeth had enjoyed, but a heartier version. The apples chunky and generous, the crust thick and sturdy, the kind of food that sticks to your ribs and reminds you that you're safe and fed and home. Thank you, Jim breathed, and he meant it with his whole heart. He brought his food to the last empty chair at what had become their communal table, and he ate with the unself-conscious hunger of a growing boy who'd missed a meal. The others watched with affection, remembering their own younger selves, their own hungers for food, for belonging, for understanding. You've traveled, Holmes observed. It wasn't a question. Yes, sir, Jim said between bites. Farther than I'd ever imagined. I've seen things. He shook his head. Things I can't quite believe even now. Treasure islands and pirates and, well, all of it. But you know what? The best part of any journey is coming home, or finding a place that feels like home, even if it's just for a little while. Here, here, Bob said softly, raising his mug. They all raised their cups and mugs, Earl Grey and cocoa, mulled wine and cider and coffee and chamomile tea, and they drank together, a silent toast to shelter, to warmth, to the unexpected grace of finding exactly what you need, exactly when you need it. The conversation continued, but slower now, with longer pauses. They were all feeling it, the deep, bone-settling relaxation that comes from being truly safe, truly warm, truly fed. Elizabeth found herself smiling at nothing in particular, just feeling content. Holmes had stopped analyzing anything and was simply present, his sharp mind finally at rest. Mrs. Lind had stopped offering opinions and was listening with a peaceful expression. Jane had unclenched her hands from their perpetual vigilance, letting them rest softly in her lap. Bob had leaned back in his chair, his weathered face smooth with contentment, while Martha dozed lightly against his shoulder. And Jim had pulled out his book, but wasn't reading, just holding it, a talisman of all his adventures and all the peace that came after. From the kitchen, the baker emerged at last, or at least a figure that might have been the baker. The firelight made it hard to see clearly, but there was an impression of warmth, of hands that had kneaded countless batches of dough, of eyes that had seen all the world's weariness and had chosen to answer it with pie and coffee and cocoa and tea. The figure moved around the bakery, banking the fire for the night, setting out fresh logs, dimming the lights to a soft amber glow. On the counter, without fanfare, appeared one final plate, a large pumpkin pie, whole and perfect, cut into exactly 7 slices. Beside it, 7 small plates and 7 forks. "Oh," Mrs. Lind said softly. "Oh, that's lovely." They rose together, without speaking, and each took a plate with a slice of pie. They returned to their seats and ate slowly, reverently, tasting the cinnamon and nutmeg and ginger, the sweetness of the pumpkin, the buttery crust. Outside, the storm had passed. The rain had stopped, leaving only the occasional drip of water from eaves, the soft patter of drops falling from leaves. Through the window, a few stars were visible between the clouds, and the air had that clean-washed smell that comes after a storm. "I've been thinking," Elizabeth said quietly, her voice drowsy and content, "about gratitude. How easy it is to lose sight of when we're caught up in our daily concerns. But nights like this, they remind us." "Yes," Jane agreed. "They remind us that even when we feel lost, there are places that will welcome us. Even when we feel alone, there are kindred spirits waiting to be found. And even when the world seems cold," Bob added, "there is always warmth to be found, if we know where to look, or if we're lucky enough to stumble upon it in a storm." Holmes cleared his throat. "I am not generally given to sentiment," he said, "but I find myself agreeing. There is a logic to kindness, an algorithm of compassion that I had perhaps underestimated. This bakery, It solves a problem I did not know I had. It fills a hunger deeper than the stomach, Mrs. Lynde said wisely. That's what the best food does. It nourishes the soul. Martha, still sleepy against her father's shoulder, murmured, I'll remember this Thanksgiving. When things are hard, I'll remember there was a night when everything felt right. Jim nodded, running his thumb over the worn cover of his book. All the adventures in the world, he said, and the thing I'm most grateful for is this moment, here, now, with all of you. They finished their pie in silence, a silence that was full and rich and complete. The fire had burned down to gentle embers, glowing red-orange in the dimness. The baker had disappeared back into the kitchen, leaving them to their peace. On the shelves, the cookbooks seemed to lean toward one another like old friends. The herbs hanging from the ceiling swayed slightly in some unfelt breeze, releasing gentle fragrances. The whole bakery seemed to breathe slowly, contentedly, like a living thing settling into sleep. One by one, they began to gather their things, coats and cloaks that had dried by the fire, hats and scarves. But they moved slowly, reluctant to leave, wanting to hold on to this feeling just a little longer. Will we find this place again? Jane asked softly. When you need it, came a voice from the kitchen, gentle, ageless, neither male nor female, but somehow both and neither. When you truly need it, the bakery will be here. They filed out into the night one by one, each pausing to look back at the warm golden light spilling onto the now quiet street. The storm had passed completely. The air was cool and clean, and above them the clouds had parted to reveal a sky full of stars. They went their separate ways back to their own stories, their own lives, their own times, but each of them carried something with them, a feeling of peace, a sense of gratitude, the memory of a Thanksgiving evening when 7 strangers became friends over pie and coffee and cocoa and tea, when the world outside could have been cold and harsh, but inside a small bakery on the corner of Maple Street and Chestnut Lane, everything was exactly as it should be. The light in the bakery's window glowed softly for a few minutes more, then dimmed to darkness. The sign, the cheerful pumpkin and the slice of pie swung gently in the night breeze. And if you had walked past that corner in that moment, you might have sworn you could still smell cinnamon and nutmeg, still hear the echo of friendly laughter, still feel the lingering warmth of a place where the weary could rest, the lost could be found, and every heart could, for a little while at least, be at peace. Somewhere in the distance a clock chimed the hour deep, melodious and slow. The street was empty now, the puddles reflecting starlight like scattered diamonds. The night settled in, peaceful and complete, and in homes all over that neighborhood, and in neighborhoods in other times, other places people climbed into bed feeling, without quite knowing why, that they were safe and valued and enough. In the morning, if you looked, you might not find the bakery at all. The corner where it had stood might be empty or occupied by something else entirely. But on another rainy night, when the storms came and the wind blew cold, when wanderers needed shelter and hearts needed comfort, the golden light would appear again. The warm scent of baking would drift through the streets. The door would open to all who needed it. And inside, the oven would be warm, the pie would be perfect, and 7 chairs would wait around a table near the fire, ready to welcome the next group of travelers who found their way home. The rainy day pumpkin pie bakery would be there, as it always was, exactly when it was needed most. And that, after all, is the very best kind of magic. Sleep well, dear listener. May your dreams be warm, your rest be deep, and may you always find shelter when the storms come. Good night.
A cozy rainy day witch's bakery, a Halloween evening. The autumn evening had unfolded like the pages of an old, well-loved book, its chapters filled with the crisp rustle of turning leaves and the distant call of migrating birds. But as twilight deepened into night, a gentle storm began to weave its way through the enchanted neighborhood, its arrival announced by a soft sigh of wind that carried the scent of damp earth and spiced cider from far-off hearths. It was Halloween, that whimsical hour when shadows grew playful rather than frightening, and the air hummed with the subtle magic of jack-o'-lanterns flickering on porches and children's laughter echoing faintly through the mist. Nestled at the quiet intersection of Whispering Willow Lane and Moonlit Meadow Road stood the Rainy Day Witch's Bakery, a beacon of golden light that seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat, drawing in the weary and the wandering like moths to a flame that promised no burn, only balm. The bakery's exterior was a poem in wood and stone, its facade weathered by countless rainy days, yet softened by climbing vines of ivy that glowed with an inner luminescence, as if each leaf held a captured firefly. The sign above the door, a whimsical carving of a witch's hat from which tendrils of painted steam rose from an imaginary cauldron, creaked softly in the breeze, its edges smoothed by years of gentle touch. Rain began to patter against the slate roof, a rhythm as steady and reassuring as a mother's heart beat, falling in silver sheets that blurred the world beyond the mullioned windows. Those windows, framed in dark oak, etched with faint runes of protection and peace, fogged from the warmth inside, offering teasing glimpses of the cozy world within, shadows of flickering lanterns, the occasional spark from a hearth, and the silhouette of a figure moving with unhurried grace. Stepping through the door was like slipping into a dream where time stretched languidly, unhurried by the clock's tick. The interior of the Rainy Day Witch's Bakery enveloped visitors in a symphony of comforts, each element crafted to soothe the soul. The air was heavy with layered scents that unfolded slowly, like a story revealing its secrets chapter by chapter. The warm, nutty embrace of freshly ground cinnamon blending with the creamy richness of vanilla pods split open just that morning. The subtle earthiness of nutmeg grated fine over rising dough, and beneath it all, the zesty comfort of bread baking slow in the oven, its crust promising a crackle that echoed the distant thunder. Mingled with these were hints of the storm outside, the clean ozone-tinged freshness of rain mingling with the faint, loamy whisper of wet cobblestones carried in on a draught. The walls, painted in pumpkin to twilight blues, absorbed sound, muffling the rain into a lullaby. Shelves sagged under the weight of enchanted ingredients, glowing sugar crystals, herb bundles that puffed lavender, and tinkling sprinkles. Mismatched tables, each a scarred or smoothed relic, dotted the floor. Around them sat deep, welcoming armchairs in faded maple leaf velvet. In the corner, a grand stone fireplace murmured, its apple-scented flames casting gentle, wavering shadows. Overhead, iron lanterns diffused light into pools of amber and gold on the creaking oak floorboards. Woven through the room was the soundscape of serenity, the rain's persistent tattoo, the low hum of the oven radiating heat, and the sigh of steam from a kettle, promising herbal infusions. At the epicenter of this haven was the rainy day witch, a figure whose very presence seemed to quiet the storm's edge. She was not the cackling sorceress of cautionary tales, but a gentle guardian of small magics. Her silver-streaked hair caught in a loose bun that allowed tendrils to escape like wisps of fog, framing a face lined with the soft creases of countless smiles. Her eyes, the colour of storm clouds just before they break, held a depth that suggested she had seen worlds beyond the bakery's walls, perhaps danced with stars or whispered to the wind, but she kept such stories tucked away like recipes in a hidden drawer. Her apron, flour-dusted and patched in places, bore faint stains from berries long since baked into pies, and around her neck hung a locket that pulsed faintly with inner light, said to hold a drop of moonlight captured on a solstice eve. She moved with the unhurried rhythm of someone who knew that true magic bloomed in patience. Her hands, strong yet nimble, veined like the roots of an ancient tree, kneading dough with a reverence that bordered on ritual. Subtle spells wove through her fingers as she worked, invisible threads that infused each creation with intention, a pinch of calm here, a breath of belonging there. On this particular Halloween evening, as the veil between ordinary and extraordinary thinned to gossamer, the witch had outdone herself in preparations. The long oak counter, scarred from years of rolling pins and chopping boards, now gleamed under a bounty of seasonal delights, each one a homage to the night's playful spookiness. There were witches' hat cupcakes, petite towers of chocolate sponge capped with fondant cones swirled in emerald frosting that tasted of mint-kissed forests, adorned with licorice twig broomsticks so delicate they seemed poised to whisk away on the next gust. Beside them sat cauldron cookies, deep earthenware-hued rounds cracked open to reveal bubbling cores of dark chocolate ganache flecked with orange zest, their edges crisp and yielding to a satisfying snap. Ghostly meringue puffs floated in trays like ethereal spectres, whipped to peaks of airy white, baked until just crisp outside and dissolving into vanilla-laced mist on the tongue, leaving a faint, haunting afterglow of rose and elderflower. And for those craving heartier solace, pumpkin spice scones rose in golden mounds, their surfaces etched with leaf patterns and glazed with a syrup that evoked the spice-laden air of harvest moons, their interiors studded with pecans toasted to buttery perfection, and swirls of spiced cream that melted into warmth with every bite. Each treat was more than sustenance. It was an elixir for the spirit, designed to wrap around memories of adventure and transform them into pillows for the soul. The witch paused in her labours, wiping her hands on her apron as she gazed out the fogged window. The storm had settled into its full, comforting cadence now, rain sheeting down in veils that turned the street lamps into blurred halos. Thunder rolled lazily in the distance, not with menace, but with the rumble of a great beast settling for sleep. She sensed them coming, the wanderers from tales etched in ink and imagination, drawn by the bakery's unspoken invitation. On nights like this, her domain became a crossroads of stories, a place where characters from disparate worlds converged not in conflict, but in quiet communion. With a soft hum, a melody old as the hills, wordless and weaving, she returned to her work, ready to offer exactly what each heart would seek, not grand enchantments, but the profound magic of warmth, a listening ear, and a treat that tasted like home. The door's brass bell tinkled first like the chime of a distant clock striking midnight, a sound so soft it might have been imagined amid the rain's hush. In stepped Alice, from Lewis Carroll's Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, her arrival as curious and unannounced as a white rabbit glancing at his pocket watch. The hem of her blue pinafore dress, starched once but now softened by the damp, brushed against the threshold, and her sturdy boots left faint muddy imprints that the witch would later whisk away with a wave. Raindrops clung to her golden curls like dewdrops on a dandelion, and she paused to shake them free. Her movements precise yet whimsical, as if cataloguing the sensation for later pondering. In her apron pocket, secured with a safety pin, nestled her cherished trinkets. A tiny brass key that unlocked doors to nowhere, a shard of looking glass that sometimes reflected not her face, but fleeting glimpses of other realms. Her eyes, wide and sea blue, scanned the room with that trademark blend of bewilderment and delight, as if the bakery were a new chapter in an ever-unfolding tale. "Oh dear, what a peculiar sort of storm this is," Alice murmured to herself, her voice a light lilt that danced over the rain's drone, carrying the faint echo of Oxfordshire meadows in its cadence. She closed the door behind her with a gentle click, sealing out the chill, and inhaled deeply, her shoulders relaxing as the bakery's scents enveloped her. "I've navigated teacups that grew legs and croquet games with flamingos for mallets, but tumbling into a place that smells like all the best secrets of the world, well, that's a riddle worth savouring." She wandered toward the counter, her gaze alighting on the jars of twinkling sprinkles, pausing to tilt her head at one that shifted from sapphire to emerald. "Do you suppose they change colours to match one's mood? Mine's a bit stormy blue at the edges, but warming to honey gold already." The rainy day witch turned from her oven, where a fresh tray of skeins cooled on a wire rack, their steam rising in lazy spirals that carried notes of clove and allspice. Her smile was a quiet crescent, inviting without demand, She nodded as if Alice's words were the most natural observation in the world. Without haste, she selected a plate from beneath the counter, a simple earthenware one painted with faded rabbits hopping through hedgerows, and arranged upon it 2 curious cauldron cookies. These were petite masterpieces, moulded in the shape of simmering pots with handles of twisted dough, their surfaces glazed in a shimmering black that cracked to reveal rivers of caramel that swirled through shades of azure, verdant green and molten gold, mirroring the kaleidoscope of Alice's Wonderland. The filling was warm, not scorching, infused with a subtle spell of fluidity that made each bite a gentle surprise, the sweetness tempered by a whisper of sea salt to ground the whimsy. Beside the plate, she set a mug of chamomile tea, its surface blooming with dried blossoms that unfurled like water lilies, the steam laced with a hint of dreamweed, harmless herb that quieted racing thoughts without dulling their spark. Alice accepted the offering with a curtsy that was half formal, half playful, her fingers brushing the witches in a fleeting touch that felt like the brush of butterfly wings. How very kind! It's as if you knew I was pondering the impossibility of a storm that rains upward. She carried her treasures to a window seat, a nook cushioned with pillows embroidered in threads of silver and blue, where the rain painted abstract portraits on the glass just inches from her nose. Sinking into the softness, she arranged her skirts with care, then lifted the cookie to the light, watching the caramel shift hues within. The first bite was a revelation. The shell yielded with a soft crunch, giving way to the liquid warmth that coated her tongue, evoking memories of mad tea parties where time looped in lazy circles and worries dissolved like sugar in endless cups. A sigh escaped her, long and unhurried, as the flavours worked their subtle magic, transforming her boundless curiosity from a whirlwind into a gentle breeze. She sipped the tea next, its floral notes blooming on her palate, the steam curling up to warm her cheeks and fog her lashes. Outside, lightning flickered like a camera's flash in a forgotten photograph, illuminating the rain-slicked street for a heartbeat before the bakery's glow reclaimed the scene. Alice's thoughts wandered softly now, tracing the rivulets on the window, her earlier haste forgotten in the embrace of the moment. Time in the bakery flowed like honey from a tilted spoon, slow, golden, inevitable. The rain's patter varied, sometimes a whisper against the panes, other times a fuller chorus that rattled the ivy outside, but always a companionable backdrop. The fireplace embers settled deeper, their heat radiating in concentric waves that chased any lingering damp from the air. It was perhaps a half hour later, though clocks held little sway here, when the door yielded again, admitting a draught scented with the clean sharpness of prairie winds cut by autumn chill. Dorothy Gale, from L. Frank Baum's The Wonderful Wizard of Oz, crossed the threshold with the unassuming grace of someone who had learned that home was less a place than a feeling. Her gingham dress, checkered in faded blue and white, clung slightly where rain had beaded on its cotton weave, and her braids, usually neat as cornrows, hung loose with strands frizzing in the humidity. In her arms she cradled a wicker basket lined with calico, containing a folded blanket patterned with yellow sunflowers, the one Toto favoured for naps under the Kansas sky. Her ruby slippers, scuffed from roads of brick and poppy fields, peeked from beneath her hem, their sequins dulled but still catching the firelight in faint nostalgic glimmers. Dorothy paused just inside, her hazel eyes sweeping the room with a mix of wariness and wonder, as if assessing whether this haven might whisk her away to yet another uncharted land. The storm had stirred echoes of her cyclone-tossed journey, that fateful twister that had uprooted her from the grey flatlands into a technicolor dream, only to leave her yearning for the simplicity of cyclone cellars and Auntie M's voice calling through the dust. "Well, I'll be," she said softly, her voice threaded with the warm drawl of the heartland as she set down her basket and unbuttoned her damp cardigan. A body could wander far in weather like this and not find a friendlier spot. It's got that feel, you know, like the kitchen back on the farm after a long day's chores, warm and waiting, no questions asked. Her gaze fell on Alice, who looked up from her window perch with a welcoming tilt of the head, and Dorothy's lips curved in a shy smile. "Evening, miss. Mind if I join you by the stove? The rain's putting on quite the show out there, like all the worries of the world washing clean." The witch, who had been folding a linen cloth over a rising loaf, observed this with the quiet attunement of one who read hearts as easily as recipes. She glided to the counter, her steps silent on the floorboards, and prepared Dorothy's welcome with the precision of an old friend. Onto a plate of robin's egg blue porcelain, she placed a single homeward pumpkin scone, its dome golden and inviting, dusted with a fine veil of cinnamon sugar that clung like morning mist. Shaped subtly like a gambrel-roofed farmhouse, complete with chimney swirls of piped icing, the scone's interior revealed itself in tender layers upon breaking, moist crumb flecked with pureed pumpkin and tart apple compote simmered with cinnamon sticks and star anise, evoking the spice-scented air of harvest suppers and the comfort of four walls against the wind. Accompanying it was a mug of hot cider, mulled slow over the fire with whole cloves that bobbed like tiny buoys, a sliver of orange peel and a drop of enchantment that summoned the phantom scent of fresh mown hay and distant laughter. The steam rose in fragrant clouds carrying promises of hearth and kin. Dorothy accepted the plate with a murmured "much obliged," her calloused fingers brushing the warm ceramic as she made her way to the armchair nearest the fire, its arm worn smooth from countless occupants. She draped her cardigan over the back to dry, then eased into the seat, the cushion sighing beneath her like an old mattress on the farm. Unfolding the scone, she inhaled its aroma, eyes closing briefly as memories surfaced unbidden. The crunch of gravel under boots on the yellow road, the scarecrow's lopsided grin, the Tin Man's oiled joints creaking in rhythm to their march. But here, in the bakery's glow, those recollections softened, their edges gilded by gratitude rather than longing. The first bite was heaven in humble form, the crust flaking away to yield the spiced, fruity heart, each chew releasing bursts of warmth that spread from her chest outward, melting the storm's chill like butter on hot cornbread. "My stars, this tastes like Aunt Em's kitchen on apple butter day," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion that was joy, not sorrow. Sipping the cider, she felt the cloves bite give way to sweetness, the liquid coating her throat in liquid comfort, easing the subtle ache of wanderlust into a peaceful ache of contentment. Alice, ever the conversationalist, leaned forward from her nook, her cookie half eaten and forgotten on its plate. "It's marvellous, isn't it? The way a simple bite can unlock doors we didn't know were locked. Tell me, if you could wish for any road to lead you somewhere right now, where would it be?" Dorothy chuckled softly, the sound like wind chimes in a breeze, and launched into a gentle recounting of her Oz Odyssey. The Emerald City's spires piercing clouds like green spears, the cowardly lion's rumbling purr as he napped by the fire. Alice interjected with questions that were less probes than invitations. And did the poppies sing lullabies as they bloomed? Their dialogue flowed like a lazy river, meandering through shared absurdities, the Cheshire Cat's vanishing grins paralleling the wizard's balloon escape, punctuated by pauses where they simply listened to the rain, its cadence syncing with their slowing breaths. The witch watched from afar, her hands busy with a mortar and pestle, grinding lavender buds that released their calming perfume, content in the knowledge that her space was fulfilling its timeless role. As the clock, if one dared consult it, neared the hour when jack-o'-lanterns burned lowest, the storm's intensity waned to a persistent drizzle, the thunder now a faint grumble like a storyteller clearing his throat for the next yarn. The bakery's lanterns seemed to brighten in compensation, their light gilding the edges of every surface, turning droplets on the window ledges into prisms of rainbow. The door flew open then, not with a creak, but with a whoosh of displaced air and the faint jingle of pixie bells, as Peter Pan from J.M. Barrie's Peter Pan made his entrance. He didn't so much walk in as alight, his bare feet touching the rug only after a brief hover, green tunic sodden and plastered to his lithe frame, oak leaves and pine needles tangled in his tousled auburn hair like badges from a forest skirmish. Rain sluiced from his shoulders, but his face bore the irrepressible grin of boyhood eternal, eyes sparkling with the mischief of one who had outflown tempests and duelled shadows under moonlit canopies. His dagger, sheathed at his belt, was more prop than peril now, and he carried no burdens save the invisible weight of Neverland's endless tomorrows. Peter shook himself like a young pup, sending droplets arcing through the air to sizzle faintly on the hearthstones. "Blasted squall! It's enough to soak a fairy's wings," he exclaimed, his voice a bright trill that cut through the room's hush without jarring it, laced with the lilt of an English nursery rhyme. He scanned the space with the keen eye of an explorer charting new isles, alighting on the treats with a whistle. But what treasures! Smells like adventure baked into every crumb. Hello there, ladies. Mind if a lost flyer joins the party? I've been dodging thunderbolts since tea time, but this looks like the second star to the right. Spotting Alice and Dorothy, he bounded over, perching on the arm of Dorothy's chair with the balance of one born to treetops, his damp boots dangling harmlessly. The witch, undeterred by his energy, met his gaze with a knowing arch of brow, as if she had baked for wayward boys since the dawn of tales. From a lower shelf she retrieved a basket woven of willow twigs, enchanted to never snag, and filled it with Neville and broomstick biscuits. These were slender marvels, dough twisted into the form of besom handles with bristle ends of piped royal icing, dipped in a glaze of wildflower honey that gleamed amber in the firelight, and dusted with fairy dust. Sugar crystals that caught the light in fleeting sparkles, dissolving on the tongue with the effervescent pop. Each bite evoked the rush of flight, the honey's floral depth giving way to notes of heather and thyme, a subtle lift that made one's spirit feel unburdened, ready for soar without the fall. Paired with the biscuits was a tankard of warm milk, frothed to creaminess and spiced with fresh nutmeg grated tableside, its surface dusted with cinnamon hearts that floated like autumn leaves on a pond, infused with a charm to cradle dreams of endless skies. Peter grabbed a biscuit from the witch's basket, biting in with a gleeful yah. The honey dripped, coating his fingers, evoking lagoon picnics with the lost boys. Like fairy cake, he grinned, settling cross-legged by the fire. In Neverland we'd soar through storms, Wendy mending sails, John steering. He shared hushed tales of playful sword fights and mermaid songs. Alice asked about shadow sewing in rain. Dorothy nodded, her travels echoing his. Soft laughter blended with the rain's fade and oven's hum, their voices a gentle weave, as the storm-hushed stars peeked through velvet dark. The witch drew brioche loaves, cherry-studded and glazed from the oven, their scent thickening the air. The door creaked, admitting Winnie the Pooh, his red shirt damp, paws muddy. He wiped them carefully, humming a blustery tune, eyes blinking at the warmth. The bear shuffled in, a plush figure from the 100-acre wood, drawn by the bakery's glow. Pooh closed the door with a paw that lingered on the knob, as if assuring himself it wouldn't vanish like a popped balloon, then stood for a long moment absorbing the scene. The fire's glow played across his golden fur, turning it to burnished honey, and he tilted his head, processing the gathering with the deliberate pace of one who pondered the universe, one rumbly in his tumbly at a time. "Oh, bother," he rumbled at last, his voice a comfortable basso that vibrated like distant bees in a hive. "It's ever so wet out there in the wood tonight. The rain's making puddles big as a rabbit's vegetable patch, and I thought perhaps a little explore might lead to something nice, like a smackerel of something." His gaze drifted to the counter, lingering on the jars with a hopeful squint, then to the group by the fire where Peter waved with sticky fingers. "Hello, everyone. Is this the sort of place where one might sit and think about very important things, like how honey never gets tired of being sweet? The witch, arranging berries for compote, felt warmth for Pooh, whose simple quests for honey and friends defined his gentle adventures. With a nod, she offered a reed platter bearing honey cauldron pots, oversized oat cookies shaped as cauldrons, brimming with honey custard and topped with marzipan bees with spun sugar wings that dissolved into sweet buzzes. The wild honey-evoked sunlit combs dripping slowly. A teapot of chamomile linden tea steamed beside, its vapours humming of blooming hives. Pooh took the platter with a grateful "thank you," waddling to a quilt-piled booth, sinking in with a contented sigh. He dipped a paw into the custard, savouring its clover acacia warmth, banishing the storm's chill. "This is thinking honey," he mumbled, making everything bouncy inside. He shared tales of the wood, misguided expeditions, Tigger's bounces, Piglet's calmed worries. Peter suggested heffalump hunts, Alice mused on bee balloons, Dorothy likened it to scarecrow tales. Their talk, laced with Pooh's hums, rose gently, blending with the rain's soft fade. With the arrival of Pooh, the bakery reached a fullness that felt predestined, its atmosphere now a living thing, breathing, holding, nurturing. The witch circulated unobtrusively, topping off teacups with infusions that adapted to each sipper's need. A dash more chamomile for Alice's lingering queries, cloves for Dorothy's hearth longing, nutmeg for Peter's flighty fancies, linden for Pooh's reflective pauses. The oven's heat permeated deeper, loosening knots in the shoulders and minds alike, while the fireplace settled to a bed of glowing coals, their heat a steady pulse sinking with heartbeats slowed by the night's embrace. Outside, the drizzle persisted but gentled, stars winking through rents in the clouds like eyes peering from behind curtains, the moon a sliver of pale cheese in the sky. It was nearing the witching hour, though in this place, hours were suggestions, not strictures, when the door admitted its final guest, ushered in by a swirl of wind-blown leaves that skittered across the threshold like errant confetti. Anne Shirley, from Lucy Maud Montgomery's Anne of Green Gables, stepped across with the dramatic flair of one who saw every entrance as a stage cue. Her carrot-top mane of red hair windswept into a halo of frizz and tangles, secured precariously by a ribbon the colour of dried roses. Her sprigged muslin dress, high-collared and ankle-length, bore the patina of Avonlea lanes, mud at the hem, a tear mended with hasty stitches, and she carried a small reticule bulging with dog-eared volumes of poetry. Her freckled cheeks flushed from the dash through the downpour. Anne's grey-green eyes, sharp as new pencils yet soft as fog over the Barry Pond, took in the scene with a gasp that was half breath, half prayer. Oh, what a romantical tempest! To be out in it is poetry in motion, but to find this haven at its heart is pure prose turned to ambrosia, Anne breathed, her voice a cascade of imagery, rich with the cadence of Prince Edward Island's rolling hills and the lilt of her own boundless fancy. She hung her damp shawl on a peg by the door, where it dripped into a brass pan like a metronome to the rain. then curtsied to the room at large. "Good evening, kind souls and spectral scents. I've been wool-gathering by the brook, imagining dryads dancing in the drops, but the storm whispered of spiced warmth and kindred company, so here I am, a pilgrim at the feast." Spotting the gathering, her face lit with the dawn of discovery. "Alice, with your wonderland whimsy. Dorothy, bearer of ruby roads. Peter, eternal sprite of skies. And Pooh, philosopher of pots. It's like the best kind of Avonlea quilting bee, all patches of story sewn with threads of storm." The witch, catching Anne's poetic spark, paused her cream whisking to prepare a welcome. On a gold-rimmed china plate she set kindred spirit ghost meringues, airy peaks of ivory that crumbled into rosewater sweetness, dusted with pearlescent sugar shimmering like dew. Shaped like spectral veils, they carried enchantments of belonging. A cup of lavender hot chocolate, rich with cacao nibs and bergamot, steamed beside them, evoking Green Gables herb gardens. Anne took the plate reverently, settling on a window stool where rain traced delicate patterns. "This is belonging baked," she sighed, nibbling a meringue. Its floral burst recalled walks with Diana, lifting her dreams to calm glides. The chocolate's warmth soothed, lavender weaving through cocoa like a starry lullaby. Its kindred spirits by the fire sharing dreams. Her voice joined the group's harmony, a gentle blend of tales, Peter twirling biscuits like broomsticks, Pooh musing on ghosts' tastes, Alice posing flavour riddles, Dorothy sharing harvest dances, and Anne weaving poetic threads, fireflies writing dusk sonnets. The witch glided among them, refilling mugs, her soft hum a bass note to their chorus, laughter rippling softly amid the fire's crackle and rain's fading whisper. As the night settled into quiet, the witch presented her final gift. The witch's harvest platter, a U-board brimming with tailored treats. At its heart lay miniature delights, cauldron cookies for Alice's riddles, cottage-shaped scones for Dorothy's home, honey-glazed broom twists for Peter's flights, honey pots for Pooh's simplicity, and rose-veiled ghost puffs for Anne's poetry. Around them, pumpkin tarts with flaky crusts, blackberry thumbprint cookies, gingerbread stars, and orange-zested fudge completed the spread. A samovar offered spiced cocoa, honeyed lemon, and non-alcoholic mulled wine, each sip sealing shared tales. The group savoured slowly, passing the platter with care, bites sparking soft murmurs. "This tart tastes of meadows. The fudge hugs like a mane." Peter spoke of Wendy's lamplit stories. Pooh mused on quiet wood corners. Anne wove Tennyson into bear hunts. The storm hushed, stars mirroring the lantern's glow. Embers warmed cheeks, the air thick with sweetness, breath slowing in harmony. One by one they sought their nooks, the bakery transforming into a dormitory of dreams. Alice curled in her window seat, a slim volume of nonsense verse open on her lap, pages turning slower as sleep tugged. Dorothy in her armchair, blanket drawn to chin, ruby slippers kicked off to warm by the irons. Peter sprawled on cushions piled like clouds, dagger sheathed and forgotten, his crow a sleepy echo. Pooh in his booth, paws folded over a contented middle, hum fading to snuffles, Anne on her stool, head pillowed on folded arms, reticule clutched like a talisman of tomorrows. The witch dimmed the lanterns to a twilight murmur, her form retreating to a rocker by the back, locket pulsing softly as she knit, a scarf of endless yarn perhaps, or the threads of fate rewoven gentle. In this cradle of quiet, the Halloween evening consummated its peace, the bakery a vessel holding safe the night's gathered wonders. Worries, like raindrops on a leaf, had slipped away unnoticed. Gratitude lingered, viscous as cooled caramel, sweet on the tongue of memory. The world beyond slept under starlight's watchful eye, but here, in the heart of the storm's hush, dreams bloomed, tales unfinished, friendships eternal, comforts profound. And as breaths evened to the tide of slumber, the rainy day witch's bakery stood sentinel, its magic a promise. Come again, weary one, when next the rains call. For in its embrace, every ending was but a pause before the sweetest awakening. A cozy rainy day, Goldilocks bakery, a Thanksgiving evening. The storm arrived just as the afternoon light began to fade, bringing with it the kind of November rain that settles in for the evening, steady, persistent, and utterly without apology. The cobblestone street outside the rainy day Goldilocks bakery glistened like polished pewter, each stone reflecting the warm golden glow that spilled from the bakery's wide front windows. Inside those windows, condensation gathered in delicate patterns, blurring the outside world into soft watercolor washes of grey and amber. The bakery itself seemed to emit warmth like a living thing. Its brick facade, aged to a comfortable russet colour, held the heat of countless ovens and countless years. The wooden door, painted a deep forest green with brass fixtures that gleamed even in the dimming light, stood slightly ajar, an invitation always to those who needed shelter from whatever storms they carried, whether of weather or of heart. Inside, the space unfolded like a dream of comfort made tangible. The ceiling beams, dark with age and perfectly imperfect, stretched across a space that felt both intimate and generous. Exposed brick walls held shelves lined with ceramic jars and copper pots, each catching and reflecting the light from oil lamps positioned throughout the room. The lamps themselves were works of art, amber glass shades that cast everything in honeyed tones, making the entire bakery glow as if lit by captured sunset. At the heart of the space stood the great brick oven, its iron door slightly open to reveal the dancing flame within. The fire crackled and popped softly, a rhythm as old as human comfort, as ancient as the first hearth. Beside it, a smaller fireplace held a cheerful blaze, the mantel above decorated with autumn leaves pressed between panes of glass, their colours still vibrant, crimson, gold, burnt orange and deep burgundy. The wooden floor, worn smooth by years of footsteps, creaked gently in all the right places. Small tables, each different from the others, were scattered throughout the room, some round, some square, all bearing the soft patina of use and care, Mismatched chairs surrounded them, each one perfectly comfortable in its own way. Some had cushions of faded velvet, others bore hand-knitted covers in autumnal patterns. Window seats lined with deep cushions invited guests to curl up and watch the rain, while in corners, wing-backed chairs upholstered in warm fabrics created private nooks for quiet contemplation. The scent of the bakery was a symphony of comfort. Cinnamon and nutmeg floated on air currents warmed by the oven, mingling with the caramel sweetness of brown sugar, the butter-rich aroma of pastry, and underneath it all, the earthy, grounding scent of fresh-baked bread. There were notes of vanilla and maple, hints of apple and pear, whispers of chocolate and coffee. The smell alone could ease troubled minds and tired bodies. Behind the main counter, which curved in a graceful arc of polished walnut, stood shelves and shelves of baked goods, each more inviting than the last. But tonight was special. Tonight was Thanksgiving evening, and the display cases held creations that seemed to glow with their own light. There were Goldilocks gratitude galettes, free-form pastries with golden buttery crusts that folded over fillings of spiced pumpkin, caramelized apples, and sweet potato. Each was glazed with honey and sprinkled with just the right amount of cinnamon sugar. Not too much, not too little, but just right. Beside them sat 3 bears' family tarts, small enough to share or keep to oneself, filled with layers of cranberry compote, maple custard, and topped with a delicate lattice crust that bore tiny bear paw prints pressed into the pastry. The perfectly porridge cookies were works of art. Thick, chewy oatmeal cookies studded with dried cranberries and white chocolate, each one different in size but all exactly right for whoever chose them. There were Baby Bear's honey buns, small cinnamon rolls glazed with local honey and topped with toasted pecans. Papa Bear's giant scones sat alongside Mama Bear's delicate tea cakes, offering something for every appetite. The centerpiece of tonight's display was the Thanksgiving story cake, a 3-layer creation that told its own tale. The bottom layer was spiced pumpkin, the middle was maple walnut, and the top was apple cinnamon. Each layer was frosted with cream cheese icing infused with hints of sage and brown butter, and the entire cake was decorated with marzipan autumn leaves, each one handcrafted and unique. Behind the counter, glimpsed only occasionally through the doorway to the kitchen, was Goldilocks herself. She had grown from the curious child who once tasted porridge in a forest cottage into a master baker whose gift was understanding exactly what each person needed to feel truly nourished. Her golden hair was twisted into a practical braid wound around her head, and she wore an apron that had seen countless hours of work but remained somehow pristine. Her hands moved with practiced grace as she worked, pulling trays from ovens, stirring pots of custard, crimping pie crusts with perfect precision. The rain intensified, drumming harder against the windows, and the door opened with a gentle chime of bells. Papa Bear ducked through the doorway first, his great brown frame blocking the entrance momentarily as he shook droplets from his fur. "Quite the storm tonight," he rumbled, his voice like distant thunder but warm as summer honey. He wore a burgundy vest with brass buttons over his substantial form, and spectacles perched on his nose, slightly fogged from the temperature change. Mama Bear followed, more petite but no less substantial. Her lighter brown fur brushed smooth despite the weather. She wore a shawl of deep green wool and carried a basket over one arm. "At least we didn't have far to walk," she said, her voice melodious and soothing. "Though I wouldn't have missed this for anything. The rain makes everything more cozy, doesn't it?" Baby Bear bounded in last, his small form practically vibrating with excitement despite the dampness of his blue coat. "Goldilocks, we're here!" he called out, and from the kitchen came a warm laugh. "I've been expecting you," Goldilocks called back. "Your usual table is waiting, the one by the east window where Baby Bear can watch the street." The three bears made their way to a large round table near the windows, where cushions had been placed on the chairs. A firm one for Papa Bear, a soft one for Mama Bear, and one that was just right for Baby Bear. The table already held a pot of honey, a pitcher of cream, and 3 cups waiting to be filled. Goldilocks emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray that seemed to float in her capable hands. "I've made something special for you tonight," she said, setting down a large platter. "Porridge pumpkin bread. It has all the comfort of a good bowl of porridge, but in the form of the most tender pumpkin bread you've ever tasted, with swirls of honey butter and toasted oats on top. It looks perfect," Mama Bear said softly, and Papa Bear nodded his agreement, already reaching for a slice with his large, gentle paw. Baby Bear picked up his piece and held it close, breathing in the steam. "It smells like home," he said, and took a bite, closing his eyes in contentment. Goldilocks poured tea for them from a pot that had been steeping, a special blend of chamomile, vanilla, and just a hint of honey. The liquid in their cups glowed golden in the lamplight, and the bears settled in, speaking in low voices about their day, about the approaching winter, about gratitude for warmth and family and this particular evening. The door chimed again, and this time a young woman entered, her hair damp and darkened by rain, falling in waves past her shoulders. She wore a practical blue dress under a grey coat, and her eyes, that particular shade of curious, wondering blue, took in the bakery with undisguised delight. "Oh my," said Alice, for it was indeed Alice from her adventures in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass. "This is much better than falling down rabbit holes. Much, much better." She unbuttoned her coat and hung it on the stand by the door, where it began to drip quietly into a tray placed there for that purpose. Her cheeks were flushed from the cold rain, and she gravitated immediately toward the fire, holding out her hands to the warmth. Goldilocks appeared with a thick towel, soft and warm from hanging near the oven. "For your hair," she said kindly. "And I have something I think you'll enjoy. Curious Alice cakes. They're tiny layer cakes, each one no bigger than a teacup with different flavours inside. You'll have to taste them to discover which is which." Alice's face lit up with delight. "That sounds wonderfully mysterious," she said, accepting the towel and the small plate that Goldilocks offered. She settled into a chair near the fire, curling her legs beneath her, and examined the tiny cakes with scientific interest before taking a bite of one. "Lemon and lavender," she exclaimed, "and this one is, oh, rose and vanilla. How perfectly lovely." The door opened again, bringing with it another gust of wind and rain, and this time a most unexpected figure ducked inside. The March Hare, looking considerably less mad than he had at various tea parties, shook his long ears and brushed water from his brown and white fur. He wore a waistcoat of green velvet and carried a pocket watch, which he consulted immediately. "Right on time," he announced, though for what he didn't specify. He spotted Alice by the fire and his ears perked forward. "Alice, fancy meeting you here. Much better than the tea party, wouldn't you say? Proper cups, proper tea, and look, actual food that makes sense." Alice laughed, the sound like bells. "March Hare, how wonderful. Yes, this is infinitely better. The tea is actually hot for one thing." Goldilocks brought the March Hare a cup of tea, strong and properly brewed, and a plate of sensible sandwiches, tiny triangles with various fillings, cucumber and cream cheese, honey and butter, cranberry and brie. He settled at Alice's table, and the two fell into comfortable conversation about adventures past and present, their voices low and relaxed, punctuated by quiet laughter. Outside, the storm showed no signs of abating. If anything, the rain fell harder and the wind picked up, rattling the windows in their frames just enough to make the interior feel even more secure and protected. The fire crackled higher, as if responding to the challenge of the weather, determined to keep the bakery warm and welcoming. The bells chimed a third time, and 3 figures entered together, clearly travelling companions. First came a young woman with dark braided hair, wearing a blue gingham dress that was considerably worse for the weather. Her eyes held a mixture of weariness and wonder. "Oh my," breathed Dorothy Gale of Kansas. "Toto, I don't think... Well, actually, I don't know where we are, but it smells absolutely wonderful." Behind her came 2 figures who could only exist in a world where magic was real and friendship transcended form. The Tin Woodman, his metal surface streaked with rain but carefully rust-proofed, moved with surprising grace. His joints were well oiled, and his metal gleamed dully in the lamplight. He carried an axe over one shoulder, more from habit than any need in a bakery. "Shelter at last," he said, his voice carrying that particular timbre of one who had been given a heart and learned to use it well. "And warmth. How grateful I am for warmth. I can feel it, you know. One of the best things about having a heart." The Scarecrow, his burlap face somehow expressive despite its painted-on features, his straw stuffing slightly damp at the edges, looked around the sakery with evident appreciation, and a place to rest without worrying about crows or fields or anything but comfort. What a gift on a night like this. Goldilocks came forward with her warm, welcoming smile. "You've come far, I think. There are hooks for your axe, dear Woodman. It will be quite safe there." And Scarecrow, there's a chair positioned away from the fire but still warm, so you needn't worry about stray sparks. Dorothy, would you like to change into something dry? I keep spare clothes for travellers. Dorothy's eyes filled with grateful tears. That would be so kind. It's been rather a long journey. While Dorothy changed in the small washroom, emerging minutes later in a soft yellow dress that fit as if made for her, Goldilocks prepared a tray for the three friends. She brought out rainbow bridge bars, layered treats with graham cracker crust, coconut filling, and dried fruits in every colour. For the Tin Woodman, she brought a special oil blend for his joints, served in a beautiful glass bottle. For after the rain, she explained, it has essence of vanilla, so you'll smell lovely. The Scarecrow received a special pillow filled with fresh, dry straw that smelled of summer fields and sunshine. For your comfort, Goldilocks said simply. And for Dorothy, she brought a slice of home sweet home pie, a chess pie with brown sugar and butter that tasted like every good thing about Kansas, about home, about the feeling of belonging somewhere specific and beloved. The three settled at a large table near the centre of the room, and Dorothy took a bite of her pie and closed her eyes. A single tear rolled down her cheek. It tastes like Auntie M's kitchen, she whispered. How did you know? Goldilocks only smiled and returned to her work, pulling more treats from the oven, filling the bakery with waves of cinnamon-scented warmth. The rain continued its steady percussion, a white noise that cocooned the bakery in its own world. The wind whistled around the eaves, but inside the warmth held steady. The lamps glowed with unwavering light, and the fire crackled its ancient song of safety and shelter. When the door opened next, it admitted a most unusual pair. Peter Pan flew in, actually flew, his feet not touching the ground, and behind him, walking with considerably more propriety, came Wendy Darling. Peter's green outfit was soaked, his red hair plastered to his head, but his grin was undimmed. What a storm, he crowed, quite literally, spinning in the air before landing with surprising lightness near the fire. We've been flying through it for hours. Well, I've been flying. Wendy insisted on walking once we reached the ground, though I don't see why. Because, Wendy interrupted, removing her sensible coat and hanging it carefully, walking is perfectly lovely, and flying in a rainstorm is perfectly uncomfortable for those of us who get cold and wet. But she said it with affection, and her smile as she looked at her eternal companion was warm. She was older than when she'd first visited Neverland, perhaps 16 or 17 now, with her brown hair pinned up in a practical but becoming style. She wore a dress of deep blue wool, well made and modest, and her eyes held that particular wisdom of one who has balanced imagination with responsibility. Peter landed on the back of a chair, perching there like the eternal boy he was, and looked around with interest. "Do you have any treats here that never make you grow up?" he asked with intense seriousness. Goldilocks emerged, and her smile for Peter held both amusement and understanding. I have treats that let you be exactly the age you need to be in this moment, she said, which is sometimes its own kind of magic. She brought them a platter to share, Lost Boy's coconut cookies, crispy on the outside and chewy inside with toasted coconut and dark chocolate. For Wendy, she added a pot of hot chocolate so rich and perfect it was almost transcendent, topped with whipped cream and a sprinkle of cinnamon. Peter ate 3 cookies in rapid succession, then slowed down, actually savouring the 4th. Wendy sipped her chocolate and watched the rain, and gradually Peter settled beside her in a chair rather than on it, and the two sat in comfortable silence, occasionally commenting on the storm, on the warmth, on how nice it was to simply be somewhere safe and cosy. Papa Bear's rumbling voice carried from his table, telling a story about winter coming to the forest. Alice and the Sasquatch Hare had their heads together over a small book Alice had produced from her pocket, pointing at illustrations and laughing softly. Dorothy sat between the Tin Woodman and the Scarecrow, each of them holding cups of tea, speaking in low voices about gratitude, about unlikely friendships, about how far they'd come from where they started. The bakery had become what it was always meant to be, a haven, a gathering place, a space between spaces where travellers from different tales could rest without question, without explanation needed, without anything required except the willingness to accept comfort. The door opened one final time, and a young woman entered with purposeful strides despite the weather. She was perhaps 18 or 19, with dark hair escaping from a bun, ink stains on her fingers, and a satchel over her shoulder that clearly held books and papers. Her dress was practical but showed signs of having been mended with care, and her eyes, bright, intelligent, determined, scanned the room with a writer's attention to detail. "Oh," said Joe March, for it was indeed Joe from the March family of Concord, Massachusetts. "Oh, this is perfect, absolutely perfect." She shook out her cloak, hung it up, and immediately gravitated toward the fire, but her attention was caught by the shelves of books positioned throughout the bakery. Books for borrowing, for reading over tea, for losing oneself in during storms. "Are these for reading?" she asked, already reaching for a volume. "All of them," Goldilocks confirmed, appearing with yet another tray. "And I have something special for writers. Inspiration scones with orange zest and cranberries, and a pot of the strongest, most clarifying tea I can brew, the kind that helps words flow." Joe's face broke into a grin that transformed her from merely pretty to radiant. "You're a woman after my own heart. May I sit anywhere?" "Anywhere that feels right," Goldilocks assured her. Joe chose a spot near the window, but positioned so she could see the entire bakery, a writer's vantage point. She pulled out a journal from her satchel, but for now she simply sat, eating her scone with evident pleasure, sipping her tea, and watching the gathered assembly with unconcealed interest. Baby Bear noticed her watching and waved. Joe waved back. The Scarecrow raised his cup in a friendly salute. Alice smiled over at her, and gradually, without anyone quite organising it, the tables began to shift closer together. Papa Bear stood and, with Mama Bear's help, moved their large table near to where Dorothy and her companion sat. Peter and Wendy brought their chairs over. Alison's chair joined the growing cluster. Jo gathered her things and added herself to the group, and Goldilocks, watching with satisfaction, began bringing out more food, not to replace what had been eaten, but to share. She brought the Thanksgiving story cake to the center of the merged tables and began slicing it, giving everyone a piece. She brought a fresh pot of tea, large enough for everyone, and cups for all. She brought the perfectly porridge cookies, the Three Bears family tarts, the Goldilocks gratitude galettes. She brought warm apple cider, steaming in a large copper pot, and ladled it into mugs. And then she did something unusual. She removed her apron, hung it on a hook, and joined them, taking a seat in the circle, accepting a cup of tea from Mama Bear, a cookie from Alice, a slice of her own cake from Dorothy. For a long moment, no one spoke. The fire crackled, the rain drummed, the lamps glowed, and this gathering of characters from different tales, different times, different worlds, sat together in the profound comfort of shared shelter and shared abundance. "I'm grateful," Mama Bear said softly, breaking the silence, "for this place, for nights like tonight, for company, for second chances," added the Tin Woodman, his voice thick with emotion only a heart could produce. "For adventures," said Peter, but then added more quietly, "and for places to rest between them." "For stories," said Jo, looking around at each face, "for every story and the way they all somehow fit together. For being exactly the right size, whatever size that is," said Alice with a smile. "For friendship," said Dorothy simply, "for friends who understand." "For home," said Wendy, "whether it's a place or a feeling." "For imagination," said the Scarecrow, "for the ability to imagine things can be better and then to make them so." "For tea parties that make sense," said the March Hare, which made everyone laugh. "For growing," said Baby Bear, "and for being who you are while you do." "For knowing what's just right," said Papa Bear, his deep voice warm, "and for those who help us find it." Goldilocks looked around at all of them, these travellers, these seekers, these friends from different tales now gathered in her bakery. "For all of you," she said, "for every person who walks through that door looking for comfort, for the privilege of providing it." They raised their cups, tea, cider, hot chocolate, in a quiet toast. No glasses clinked dramatically. It was softer than that, gentler, more intimate. Just an acknowledgement of gratitude, of presence, of this moment that existed outside of normal story time. The conversation that followed was the kind that happens on special nights, meandering, easy, moving from topic to topic without force. Alice asked Dorothy about Kansas, and Dorothy's description of the prairie somehow made the Scarecrow nostalgic for the fields he'd once guarded. Peter told a story about flying that made Jo's fingers itch to write it down, but she resisted, choosing to just listen instead. The March Hare and the Tin Woodman discovered a shared appreciation for precision and proper timing. Wendy and Mama Bear discussed the challenges and joys of caring for exuberant youngsters, while Baby Bear and Peter discovered they both excelled at finding mischief. As the evening deepened, the conversations grew quieter, slower, like a music box winding down into its softest notes. Someone, it might have been Papa Bear, suggested they should think about heading home, but no one moved. The storm, while still present, had gentled into steady rain without the earlier wind. The fire had burned down to glowing coals that radiated steady heat without flame. Goldilocks rose and began bringing out blankets, soft, warm throws in deep autumn colours. She draped them over shoulders without asking, tucked them around laps, offered them with a smile. She refreshed teacups one final time, banking the fire so it would burn safely through the night, lowering the lamps to a softer glow. "You're all welcome to stay as long as you need," she said quietly. "Some nights are for journeying, and some nights are for staying put." Jo had curled into a wingback chair with a book and a blanket, her eyes drooping as she read. Alice and the March Hare had claimed the window seat, watching the rain with sleepy contentment. Dorothy sat between her two friends, her head resting on the Tin Woodman's shoulder, her hand holding the Scarecrow's gloved one. Peter had actually grown still, leaning against Wendy, who hummed something soft and sweet. The three bears had pushed their chairs back, comfortable and full and peaceful. The bakery had become a refuge not just from the storm, but from everything else. From adventures that demanded too much, from expectations that weighed too heavily, from the loneliness that sometimes came with being a character in a tale, always moving toward the next plot point, the next challenge, the next chapter. Here, for tonight, there was no next chapter. There was only now, warm, safe, full of good food and better company, wrapped in blankets and lamplight and the sound of rain that no longer threatened but simply sang. Goldilocks moved quietly through the space, clearing plates without clattering, collecting cups without disturbing. She added a log to the fire, just one, watching it catch and begin its slow burn. She pulled the curtains halfway closed, softening the view of the rain-dark street outside. In the kitchen, her ovens cooled, their work done for the night. The shelves held enough bread and pastries for tomorrow, for the next travellers who would need them. The counters were clean, the flour put away, everything in its place. She returned to the main room one last time, surveying her gathered guests. Some had drifted into actual sleep, their breathing deep and even. Others were in that peaceful state between waking and dreaming, content to simply be. "Thank you," she whispered, so softly that it might have been the rain speaking, or the fire, or the old building itself. "Thank you for being here. Thank you for every tale that brought you to this door. Thank you for trusting this place to hold you safely." She took her own chair near the fire, accepting a blanket from Mama Bear, who was still awake enough to notice and care. She accepted a cookie from Baby Bear's plate, offered silently but generously. She accepted the quiet, the peace, the gratitude that filled the space like light. Outside, the storm continued its work, washing the world clean, preparing it for whatever came next. But inside the rainy day Goldilocks bakery, in the golden glow of lamp and fire, surrounded by sleeping friends and full bellies, and hearts lighter than they'd been in ages, time slowed to nearly nothing. The rain would stop eventually. Morning would come with its demands and its new adventures. Stories would continue carrying these characters forward into whatever chapters awaited them. But for now, for this Thanksgiving evening, for these precious hours suspended between storm and calm, between yesterday and tomorrow, between one tale and another, for now there was only warmth, safety, abundance, and profound peace. The rain drummed softer still. The fire glowed without crackling. The breathing of sleepers created its own gentle rhythm. And in that rhythm, in that warmth, in that perfect moment of contentment, the rainy day Goldilocks bakery held all its gathered friends in the most tender embrace imaginable. The embrace of a place that asked nothing and gave everything, that expected no payment except the acceptance of comfort, that existed only to remind weary travellers that rest was not just possible but necessary, not just allowed but celebrated. And so they rested. Characters from different tales, different worlds, different times, all together in one small bakery on one rainy November evening, all equally welcome, all equally safe, all equally cherished. The story of this night would become part of each of their tales, a quiet chapter perhaps without drama or conflict, but one they would return to in memory whenever they needed to remember what peace felt like, what comfort tasted like, what home could be even for those whose stories kept them wandering. For home, they learned that night, wasn't always about going back to where you started. Sometimes home was a door that opened when you needed it most, a light in the window on a stormy evening, a table that stretched to fit one more, and a voice that said, without conditions, without demands, with only warmth and welcome, "You're safe here. Rest now. Everything you need is here." And it was. The rain fell, the fire glowed, the night deepened, and in the rainy day Goldilocks bakery, everyone, every single soul who had found their way through that green door on this particular Thanksgiving evening, everyone was finally, perfectly, exactly as they should be. Just right.
A cozy rainy day, Hansel and Gretel's bakery, a Thanksgiving evening. The rain fell in a soft, unending cascade, draping the world in a shimmering veil of silver and grey. It was a stormy Thanksgiving evening, the kind where the wind sang low, melancholic hymns through the bare, trembling branches of ancient oaks, and the cobblestone streets gleamed like polished moonstones beneath the flickering glow of wrought-iron lampposts. Nestled in a tranquil corner of a magical neighbourhood, where the air seemed to hum with the whispers of timeless tales, stood Hansel and Gretel's bakery. Its tall, mullioned windows glowed with a honeyed warmth, casting golden pools onto the rain-soaked pavement, a silent beacon inviting weary travellers to step inside and leave the tempest behind. The bakery was a living sanctuary, its weathered stone walls etched with the gentle scars of centuries, as if they had stood through countless seasons, gathering stories like a fireside bard collects embers. Inside, the air was thick with a symphony of scents, the deep, nutty warmth of freshly baked rye loaves, their crusts crackling faintly as they cooled, the spicy allure of cinnamon-dusted pumpkin tarts, their golden surfaces glistening, and the tart sweetness of cranberry scones resting on hand-carved wooden racks, their ruby flecks catching the light like tiny jewels. A grand stone fireplace dominated one wall, its flames leaping in a slow, hypnotic dance, casting flickering shadows that wove across the polished oak floor, worn smooth by countless footsteps. Shelves groaned under the weight of glass jars filled with amber honey, crimson cherry preserves, and spices, cloves, nutmeg, allspice, and star anise that sparkled in the soft glow of brass lanterns, their wicks burning with a steady, comforting flame. At the heart of the room stood a long oak table, draped in a faded, checkered cloth of red and cream, strewn with mismatched porcelain teacups and saucers, their delicate patterns chipped but charming, each waiting to cradle a steaming drink that could banish the storm's chill. The baker, an enigmatic figure who moved like a shadow cast by moonlight, was rarely glimpsed, their presence felt only in the magic of their creations. Every loaf, every pastry, seemed infused with an uncanny understanding, as if the baker could peer into the hearts of their guests and craft exactly what would soothe their souls. Tonight, as the storm wailed outside, its gusts rattling the window panes, the bakery stood poised, its heavy oak door slightly ajar, exhaling tendrils of warm, spiced air into the cold, ready to embrace those who sought its solace. The bell above the door tinkled, a delicate chime like a single note from a distant harp. Cinderella stepped inside, her golden hair damp and curling at the ends, her simple blue cloak heavy with rain, its hem trailing droplets like tiny pearls. Known from her Charles Perrault tale of glass slippers, fairy godmothers, and midnight enchantments, she carried a quiet grace, her eyes shimmering with a resilient hope that had guided her through countless trials. She paused in the doorway, her breath catching as the bakery's warmth enveloped her, chasing away the icy fingers of the storm that clung to her skin. "Oh," she whispered, her voice as soft as the rustle of silk curtains, "this place feels like a dream spun from starlight, a haven where the heart can rest and breathe." She hung her cloak on a sturdy wooden peg by the door, where it dripped rhythmically onto the worn floorboards, each drop a faint echo in the cozy silence. Her gaze swept the room, drinking in the golden glow, the fire flaring briefly, as if to greet her with a warm nod. At the counter, a tray of cornbread muffins gleamed under the lantern light, their golden tops dusted with a fine veil of powdered sugar, steam curling upward like a gentle prayer. A card in elegant looping script read, "Hansel and Gretel's harvest muffins woven with fine cornmeal, golden honey, and a touch of butter to kindle warmth in the soul and spirit." Cinderella's lips curved into a tender smile. her fingertips brushing the tray's edge with reverence, as if touching a cherished memory. "These remind me of the feasts after the prince's ball," she murmured, her tone a soothing melody that blended with the rain's soft patter, when the palace glowed with candlelight and every heart was woven together in joy and laughter. She inhaled deeply, the muffin's sweet, earthy scent carrying her back to those luminous nights, filled with the clink of crystal goblets, the swirl of silk gowns, and the warmth of new-found love. From the shadows, a plate appeared on the counter, bearing a single muffin and a steaming mug of apple cider, its surface swirled with cinnamon and a faint shimmer of nutmeg, the steam rising in delicate curls that danced in the firelight. Cinderella settled at the oak table, her hands wrapping around the mug, its radiant heat seeping into her palms like a gentle embrace. She broke the muffin apart, its crumbly interior releasing a burst of honeyed sweetness, and took a small bite. The flavors bloomed on her tongue, robust cornmeal, silky honey, a whisper of butter that seemed to melt her cares into nothingness. She sighed, her shoulders easing, her body sinking into the cushioned chair, and gazed through the rain-streaked windows, the storm's steady rhythm, a comforting lullaby against the glass. The bakery seemed to hum in harmony with her presence, its walls leaning in ever so slightly, as if cherishing her quiet contentment. The fire's soft crackle, a gentle counterpoint to her thoughts. The bell chimed again, its sound a soft ripple, cutting through the rain's ceaseless cadence. Alice entered, her iconic blue dress slightly rumpled, her blonde locks tied with a black ribbon that glistened with captured raindrops, like dewdrops on a spider's web. Known from Lewis Carroll's Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, she carried a spark of whimsy, her wide eyes brimming with curiosity, as if expecting a teapot to spout poetry or a chair to scamper off on its own adventure. She shook her umbrella, adorned with delicate patterns of tiny teacups and saucers, and surveyed the bakery with a delighted gasp, her breath visible in the cool air before it melted into the warmth. "What a perfectly splendid nook," she said, her voice bright yet hushed, like the toll of a distant bell in a misty valley. "It smells like the Mad Hatter's tea party, but without the chaos, the unanswerable riddles, or the teacups flying about." She wandered to the counter, her gaze ensnared by a tray of pumpkin tarts, their flaky golden crusts shimmering under the lantern light, each crowned with a perfect swirl of whipped cream and a delicate dusting of nutmeg that glowed like fairy dust. A card read, "Hansel and Gretel's pumpkin tarts, infused with whimsical spices and heartfelt gratitude for a night of gentle warmth and cozy dreams." Alice clapped her hands, her smile as radiant as the hearth's golden glow. These would utterly charm the March Hare, though he'd insist on eating them upside down, with a fork and a nonsensical toast to confuse everyone. A plate materialized from the shadows, holding a single tart and a small steaming pot of chamomile tea, its vapors wafting the soothing scents of lavender and honey, mingling with the bakery's spiced air. Alice took a seat across from Cinderella, who offered a gentle nod, her eyes warm with welcome. "I'm Alice," she said, a tone warm and inquisitive from Wonderland, though its tales seem to wander far and wide, like dandelion seeds on the wind. Cinderella, came the reply, her voice a melodic whisper, soft as a lullaby. Your adventures sound like a tapestry woven from pure imagination. They are, Alice agreed, delicately nibbling her tart, the spiced pumpkin filling enveloping her in a wave of comfort, its creamy texture and nutmeg warmth spreading through her like a gentle tide. But sometimes I crave a place like this, where the world holds still, and the only riddle is how to savor such peace. She sipped her tea, the lavender calming her senses, her eyelids fluttering as if on the cusp of a pleasant reverie. The tart's crust flaked delicately under her fingers, releasing bursts of spice and sweetness that danced on her palate. The bakery exhaled in harmony with her, its warmth wrapping her like a favorite shawl, the fire's soft pops blending with the rain's rhythmic tattoo. The two women fell into a subdued dialogue, their words intertwining with the storm's gentle cadence, like threads in a soft tapestry. They spoke of fleeting joys waltzing in gilded halls under crystal chandeliers, chasing elusive white rabbits through fields of wonder, the solace found in a perfectly spiced tart amid a world of turmoil. The fire's soft snaps provided a gentle accompaniment, its golden light dancing across their faces, while the bakery absorbed their exchanges, its walls holding their words like precious artifacts in a velvet-lined box. The rain deepened its song, a low rumble of thunder rolling in the distance like the breath of a sleeping giant. The bell rang once more, and Dorothy Gale stepped inside, her ruby slippers gleaming defiantly against the gloom, their red hue a vibrant spark in the soft light. Her braid, slightly frayed from the wind, hung over her shoulder, and she clutched a small empty basket, its woven straw damp from the storm, a relic of her journey through the land of Oz, as told by L. Frank Baum. She carried a quiet longing for home, her eyes searching the room as if hoping to find a piece of Kansas in the bakery's golden glow. "Oh my," she said, her voice soft and tinged with a prairie drawl, warm as a summer afternoon. "This place feels like Aunt Em's kitchen after a long harvest day, when the air is filled with the scent of bread and the promise of rest." She hung her coat beside Cinderella's, its hem dripping in a steady, soothing rhythm, and approached the counter, where a tray of cranberry scones waited, their ruby-red flecks glowing like embers in the lamplight, their surfaces rough yet inviting. A card read, "Hansel and Gretel's cranberry scones baked with tender care, to bring you home to the heart of comfort." Dorothy's eyes softened, her fingers lingering on a scone's textured surface, feeling its warmth through her chilled skin. "These look like the treats we'd share after a day in the fields," she murmured, her voice thick with nostalgia, "when the table was laden with love, and every soul was safe under one roof." A plate appeared, bearing a scone and a mug of hot cocoa, its surface dusted with cocoa powder that swirled like tiny constellations in a midnight sky. Dorothy settled near Cinderella and Alice, who greeted her with warm, welcoming smiles, their eyes reflecting the fire's glow. "I'm Dorothy," she said, her tone a calming hum, like a breeze through wheat fields. "From Kansas, though I've wandered to Oz, and back on a road of yellow bricks." "Pleased to make your acquaintance," Alice replied, her tart half-eaten, her curiosity alight like a spark. "Have you met wizards or conversing scarecrows in your travels?" Dorothy's laughter was light, a sound like wind rustling through golden grain. "Oh yes," she said, breaking her scone apart, its buttery warmth releasing a tart cranberry scent that mingled with the bakery's spiced air. "But tonight I just want to sit here, wrapped in this warmth, and listen to the rain's gentle song." She sipped her cocoa, its rich velvety sweetness grounding her, and the three women wove a tapestry of conversation, their voices harmonizing like notes in a folk ballad. They spoke of belonging, of regal chambers lit by chandeliers, rabbit holes leading to wonder, and winding brick paths that taught courage, each anecdote softened by the bakery's luminous aura, the hearth's gentle murmurs, and the storm's distant, soothing cadence. The bakery pulsed in sync with their exchange, its walls glowing with a warmth that felt alive, almost tangible. The lanterns flickered, casting soft silhouettes across the checkered tablecloth, and the mingling scents of cranberries, cocoa, and cinnamon created a symphony of comfort that seemed to cradle the room. The storm outside faded to a mere whisper, its power no match for the bakery's serene enchantment. The precipitation deepened its melody, a persistent serenade against the windows, and the bell pealed again, its chime as soft as a sigh. The little match girl crossed the threshold, her frail silhouette swathed in a frayed shawl, its edges tattered but soft, her large eyes aglow with an inner luminosity drawn from Hans Christian Andersen's poignant tale. She embodied a quiet, unshakable hope, her footfalls feather-light despite the lingering frost that clung to her thin frame. She paused at the entrance, her breath halting as the bakery's heat cascaded over her, like a vision conjured from the fleeting glow of a match's flame. "It's like a dream that doesn't fade," she whispered, her voice as ethereal as falling snow, barely audible above the fire's soft crackle. "A place where the cold can't linger, and warmth feels eternal." She approached the counter, her eyes captivated by a tray of gingerbread cookies, each molded into delicate star shapes and veiled in powdered sugar that twinkled like fresh frost under the lantern light. A card announced, "Hansel and Gretel's gingerbread stars imbued with radiant warmth and guiding light to illuminate even the darkest hours." The little match girl's eyes sparkled in response, her slender fingers tenderly tracing a cookie's starry contour, as if it were a treasure from one of her visions. "These echo the celestial lights I saw in my dreams," she confided softly, her words carrying the weight of a prayer, when solace seemed but a spark away. A plate arose from the shadows, proffering a single star-shaped cookie and a mug of mulled wine, its aromatic spices clove, cinnamon, and orange zest permeating the air with a profound, comforting warmth, evocative of benevolent winter evenings. The little match girl nestled at the table, her diminutive form sinking into a cushioned chair as if it were crafted just for her. "I possess no formal name," she admitted, her voice timid yet infused with a quiet warmth, "but I come from a story of matches and ethereal visions. You are embraced here," Cinderella assured, her words a tender caress, her eyes soft with kindness. "I am Cinderella, joined by Alice and Dorothy." The little match girl beamed, her cookie disintegrating delicately as she nibbled, its zesty ginger and sweet sugar diffusing through her like the first rays of dawn breaking over a frozen horizon. "My gratitude knows no bounds," she murmured, her gaze shimmering with unspoken thanks. "This is the most nurturing abode I've ever known." The women exchanged morsels of their treats, their dialogues languid and sincere, each recounting a filament in the night's tranquil weave. They pondered their dreams of transformative glass slippers, labyrinthine descents into wonder, valiant quests along golden roads, and luminous visions born from a match's fleeting glow. The bakery cradled their narratives, its blaze projecting amber hues upon their visages, its walls resonating with the enchantment of their shared moments, the air heavy with the mingled scents of ginger, cider, and gratitude. The bell resonated once more, its chime a gentle echo through the storm's fading song, heralding Ebenezer Scrooge's arrival. His long, dark coat dripped rivulets onto the floor, but his face, softened by the redemptive lessons of Charles Dickens's A Christmas Carol, glowed with a warmth that rivaled the hearth. No longer the miser of old, he was a man transformed, his eyes radiant with gratitude and a quiet, hard-won joy. He carried a small, neatly wrapped parcel, perhaps a gift for another, and his smile was as luminous as the bakery's fire, a beacon piercing the gloom of the storm. "What a magnificent retreat," he proclaimed, his voice rich and cordial, like the smouldering coals of a well-tended hearth. "It carries the essence of all the Christmases I've grown to treasure, and perhaps something even deeper, a sense of belonging." He advanced to the counter, where a tray of pecan pies enticed, their amber crusts embedded with glossy nuts, their centers opulent with the deep, caramelized sweetness of molasses and a subtle trace of bourbon spice. A card declared, "Hansel and Gretel's pecan pies forged with profound gratitude for renewed opportunities and cherished bonds." Scrooge chortled, the sound warm and resonant, like the jingle of festive sleigh bells. "These summon recollections of the feasts I shared with the Cratchit family," he reminisced, his inflection laden with tender memory, "when I learned the true meaning of generosity in the warmth of a shared table." A plate surfaced from the shadows, delivering a generous slice of pie and a mug of spiced tea, its vapors coiling upward like memories of winters past, scented with cardamom and orange peel. Scrooge assumed his place at the table, inclining his head to the gathering with a cordiality that seemed to light the room. "I am Ebenezer Scrooge," he introduced, his timbre mild and inviting, once a soul of frigid disposition, but now I arrived to share warmth and heartfelt thanks. "Cinderella," the golden-haired woman responded, her expression open and welcoming, accompanied by Alice, Dorothy, and She paused, her gaze resting gently on the little match girl. "I am merely myself," the girl replied faintly, her cookie now reduced to a scattering of starry crumbs on her plate, her mulled wine warming her hands. "You are all esteemed here," Scrooge affirmed, his eyes crinkling with benevolence, his smile as warm as the tea he sipped. He sampled his pie, its saccharine, nutty richness grounding him, the bourbon's subtle warmth spreading through his chest like a glowing ember. He exhaled a profound sigh of fulfillment, the sound blending with the fire's soft crackle. This embodies the very spirit of Thanksgiving, does it not? To convene, to partake, to express thanks for the fortunes we share. The ensemble nodded, their voices merging in a subdued hum, like the rain's gentle murmur outside. They contemplated themes of redemption, of journeys that had led them to this moment, of the unadorned delight found in a hearty slice of pie or a delicate starry cookie. The bakery vibrated with their discourse, its walls luminous with a vitality that pulsed like a heartbeat, its blaze etching golden silhouettes that danced across their faces in a gentle, lulling rhythm. The storm persisted, its rain a steady lullaby, and the bell chimed again, admitting Snow White, her raven-black hair damp and clinging to her pale cheeks, her simple red cloak vibrant despite the downpour. From the Brothers Grimm's fairy tale of mirrors, dwarves, and poisoned apples, she radiated a pure-hearted innocence, her eyes sparkling with a quiet wonder that seemed to light the room. She shook the rain from her cloak, her movements graceful, and inhaled deeply, her face blooming with a joyful smile as the bakery's aromas enveloped her. "This place is like a fairy tale spun from kindness," she said, her voice sweet and melodic, like a bird's song on a spring morning, clear and bright, warm and full of magic, without any wicked queens or thorny forests to fear. She hung her cloak beside the others, its folds dripping softly, and approached the counter, where a tray of apple turnovers waited, their flaky pastry encasing chunks of cinnamon-spiced apples, their surfaces golden and glistening with a light glaze, steam rising in inviting wisps. A card read, "Hansel and Gretel's apple turnovers, baked with pure hearts and autumn's bounty, for moments of innocent delight." Snow White's eyes widened, and she touched one gently, her fingers brushing the warm pastry. "These remind me of the apples from my story," she said softly. "But these are safe and sweet, meant to be shared with friends, not hidden in deceit." A plate appeared, bearing a turnover and a delicate cup of herbal tea, scented with chamomile and a whisper of rose petals, its steam curling like a gentle dream. Snow White joined the group at the table, offering a graceful curtsy as she introduced herself. "I'm Snow White," she said, her voice carrying a warmth that matched the bakery's glow, "from a tale of 7 little friends and a magical mirror." The others welcomed her with soft smiles, their eyes reflecting the fire's golden light. She bit into her turnover, the apple's tart sweetness balanced by the warm spice of cinnamon, filling her with a quiet joy that seemed to radiate outward. Their conversations flowed gently, weaving tales of kindness in the face of adversity, the simple pleasure of a shared fruit, and the bakery's enchanting embrace, the air rich with the scents of apple, spice, and gratitude. The rain softened slightly, its rhythm a gentle hum, and the bell rang again, heralding the arrival of Peter Pan, who stepped rather than flew into the bakery, his green tunic damp, his mischievous eyes sparkling with eternal youth. From J.M. Barrie's Peter and Wendy, he was the boy who never grew up, known for his adventures in Neverland, but tonight he sought the comfort of stillness. He shook the rain from his tousled hair, his grin wide and boyish as he took in the bakery's warmth. Second star to the right, and straight on till morning, but this is better than any island in Neverland, he said, his voice light and playful, like the chime of distant bells. No crocodiles ticking with clocks, no pirates, just warmth and the promise of something sweet. At the counter, a tray of fairy cakes caught his eye, their delicate surfaces dusted with powdered sugar that shimmered like pixie dust, each adorned with a tiny candied violet. A card read, Hansel and Gretel's fairy cakes sprinkled with pixie dust and wonder for eternal moments of joy. Peter laughed, a sound like the rustle of leaves in a playful breeze. These are like the cakes we'd have in Neverland, but without the fights over who gets the last one. A plate appeared with a fairy cake and a tall glass of cold milk, its surface frothy and inviting. Peter plopped down at the table, introducing himself with a flourish. Peter Pan, the boy who wouldn't grow up, he said, his grin infectious. He nibbled his cake, its light, buttery sweetness lifting his spirits, the candied violet adding a floral note that made him sigh with delight. The group listened as he shared tales of flight over starry skies and battles with pirates, their smiles dreamy, the bakery's warmth softening his adventurous spirit into something calm and content. The storm's song grew quieter, and the bell chimed once more, admitting Tom Sawyer, his straw hat, soggy and tilted at a rakish angle, his freckled face beaming with a roguish charm. From Mark Twain's The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, he was a lad of mischief and heart, known for his escapades along the Mississippi, but tonight he sought the comfort of companionship. He wiped his muddy boots on the mat, sniffing the air with a grin. "This beats hidin' in a cave any day," he drawled, his voice full of boyish warmth, "like a summer day by the river. Smells like Aunt Polly's kitchen, but without the chores or the switch." At the counter, a tray of honey biscuits glistened, their golden surfaces drizzled with a thin thread of wildflower honey, their edges crisp yet tender. A card read, Hansel and Gretel's honey biscuits drizzled with riverbank honey for adventurous hearts at rest. Tom's eyes lit up, and he grabbed one, holding it to the light. "These are like the biscuits we'd sneak on lazy afternoons, hidden from chores," he said, chuckling. A plate appeared with a biscuit and a tall glass of lemonade, its tartness tempered by a hint of sugar, condensation beading on the glass like morning dew. Tom joined the table, introducing himself with a tip of his hat. "Tom Sawyer, from Missouri shores," he said, his voice warm. He bit into his biscuit, the honey's sweetness soothing his restless spirit, and regaled the group with tales of painted fences and cave adventures, the bakery filling with gentle laughter that mingled with the fire's soft crackle. The bell rang again, its chimes soft and welcoming, and Jo March stepped inside, her dark hair damp and tucked under a simple bonnet, her eyes bright with a spirited curiosity. From Louisa May Alcott's Little Women, she was a writer with a fiery heart, but tonight she sought the quiet comfort of a shared moment. She shook the rain from her shawl, her smile warm as she took in the bakery's glow. "This is like our attic on a rainy day," she said, her voice rich and earnest like a well-loved book, full of stories, warmth, and the promise of something good to eat. At the counter, a tray of molasses cookies waited, their dark, chewy surfaces fragrant with ginger and cloves. A card read, "Hansel and Gretel's molasses cookies for spirited hearts finding peace." Jo's eyes sparkled. "These are like the cookies Mommy would bake," she said softly. A plate with a cookie and a mug of black tea appeared, its steam carrying a hint of bergamot. Jo joined the group, introducing herself, and her cookie's spicy warmth grounded her as she shared tales of sisterhood and scribbled dreams, the group nodding in quiet appreciation. The rain grew gentler, and the bell chimed once more, admitting Dr. John Watson, his tweed coat damp, his steady eyes kind but weary from his adventures with Sherlock Holmes, as told by Arthur Conan Doyle. He carried a quiet thoughtfulness, seeking solace from the storm. "This is a far cry from Baker Street's bustle," he said, his voice calm and measured, like a steady heartbeat. "A place to rest and reflect." A tray of maple scones, glazed with a golden sheen, bore a card, "Hansel and Gretel's maple scones for thoughtful souls." Watson smiled, like breakfasts in quieter times. With a scone and coffee he joined, sharing tales of observation and loyalty, the bakery's warmth easing his mind. The bell rang one final time, and Hansel and Gretel, the bakery's namesakes, arrived hand in hand, their clothes damp but their spirits bright. From the brothers Grimm's Hansel and Gretel, Hansel was sturdy and brave, Gretel clever and nurturing. "Our bakery," Hansel said proudly, his voice steady, "a place we dreamed of after the witch's house." Gretel nodded, "Safe, warm, ours. Candy cane cookies." Hansel and Gretel's candy cane cookies for brave hearts appeared, their peppermint scent sharp and sweet. They joined, their cookies sparking memories of courage, the group smiling warmly. As night deepened, the storm faded to a drizzle, the rains whisper a soft lullaby. The bakery glowed, its table scattered with crumbs, the air rich with spices, honey, and gratitude. Cinderella sighed. "Home," Alice mused, "softer than Wonderland." Dorothy nodded, "Realer than Oz." The little match girl whispered, "A lasting vision." Scrooge smiled. "Second chances," Snow White beamed, "pure magic." Peter grinned, "Better than flying." Tom chuckled, "No adventures needed." Jo murmured, "A story worth writing." Watson nodded, A moment to cherish, Hansel said. Safe at last, Gretel added. Together, the baker placed warm rolls, Hansel and Gretel's Thanksgiving rolls, to share in peace. They partook, steam rising, rosemary-scented bites uniting them. The fire glowed, rain whispered, bakery breathed. They settled books, armchairs, blankets as stars emerged. The bakery content held them close, their hearts full, drifting to sleep in a haven of gratitude.
A cozy rainy day, Rapunzel's bakery, a Thanksgiving evening. The rain had been falling since morning, not the harsh, angry rain of summer storms, but the gentle, persistent rain of late November, the kind that whispers against window panes and turns city streets into rivers of reflected light. It was Thanksgiving evening, and in a quiet corner of a neighborhood that existed somewhere between memory and dream, the windows of rainy day Rapunzel Bakery glowed like warm honey against the deepening dusk. Inside, the bakery was a sanctuary of golden light and delicious warmth. The air itself seemed to shimmer with the scent of baking, cinnamon and nutmeg, brown butter and caramelized sugar, the deep comfort of yeast and the bright sweetness of vanilla. A fire crackled softly in the old stone fireplace at the far end of the room, its flames dancing in shades of amber and copper, casting gentle shadows that moved like sleeping cats across the worn wooden floors. The bakery was larger inside than it appeared from the street, as magical places often are. Round tables with mismatched chairs were scattered throughout, each one set with a small oil lamp that flickered gently, creating pools of intimate light. The walls were lined with shelves holding old books with cracked leather spines and gold-embossed titles, the kind of books that smell of vanilla and aged paper, the kind you want to read on rainy afternoons. Between the shelves hung brass bells of various sizes, and from the ceiling dangled bundles of dried herbs, rosemary, lavender, sage, their scents mingling with the perfume of fresh baking. Behind the long wooden counter at the back of the room, barely visible through the steam rising from cooling racks and the soft glow of the ovens, the baker moved with quiet purpose. The baker was rarely seen clearly, just the suggestion of flour-dusted hands, the glimpse of a long braid wound with golden ribbons, the gentle hum of an old song. But what the baker created, that was crystal clear. Tonight, for Thanksgiving, the glass display cases were filled with wonders. There were golden braid pumpkin twists, long rope-like pastries braided like Rapunzel's famous hair, each strand filled with spiced pumpkin and cream cheese, dusted with crystallized ginger. There were tower window tarts, round pastries with lattice tops that resembled stone tower windows, filled with cranberry and apple, each one topped with a tiny marzipan bird. Gratitude scroll cookies lay in neat rows, each one rolled like an ancient scroll and inscribed with words in edible gold ink: kindness, hope, home, friendship, adventure, courage, wonder. The centerpiece was a magnificent Thanksgiving Rapunzel bread, an enormous braided loaf studded with dried fruits and nuts, its golden crust brushed with honey, so long it stretched nearly the length of the counter. Steam still rose from its centre where it had been gently torn open, revealing soft, fragrant interior that seemed to glow from within. The rain intensified, drumming a gentle rhythm on the roof and windows. And then the door opened. A gust of damp autumn air swept in, carrying with it the scent of rain and fallen leaves. A young girl stepped inside, shaking droplets from her blonde hair. She wore a simple blue dress, slightly too large, and her white apron was speckled with rain. Her eyes, bright and curious, and the particular shade of blue that suggests both innocence and the kind of wisdom that comes from falling down rabbit holes, took in the bakery with wonder. "Oh my," said Alice. For of course it was Alice, the very same Alice who had once followed a white rabbit into extraordinary adventures. "This is much nicer than being lost in the rain, though I must say I've been lost in stranger places." She approached the counter, her shoes squelching softly against the floor, leaving small puddles like footprints in time. The baker appeared from the steam, seeming to materialize rather than simply step forward. Without a word, the baker placed a white porcelain cup on the counter, wide and shallow, filled with something that steamed gently and smelled of chocolate and spices and something else. Something that reminded Alice of her sister reading to her on winter afternoons. "Thank you," said Alice, wrapping her hands around the cup. "You know, I've had tea in many peculiar places, with dormice and mad hatters and queens who wanted to remove my head. But this..." She inhaled deeply. "This smells like exactly what I didn't know I needed." The baker smiled, just a glimpse of warmth, and gestured toward the display case. Alice pressed her nose nearly to the glass. Are those cookies with words on them? How perfectly sensible. Or perhaps perfectly nonsensical, which is really the same thing if you think about it properly." She pointed to a gratitude scroll cookie. "That one says curiosity. I'll take that one, please. Curiosity has gotten me into the most wonderful troubles." The baker wrapped the cookie in parchment paper, tied it with a golden ribbon, and slid it across the counter along with a small plate holding a generous slice of the Thanksgiving Rapunzel bread, still warm, with butter melting into its golden surface like liquid sunshine. Alice carried her treasures to a table by the window and settled into a chair that seemed to embrace her. She took a sip of her hot chocolate. It tasted like childhood and Christmas and coming home, like every good memory wrapped into one warm drink. She gazed out at the rain streaming down the glass, making the world outside look soft and blurred, like a watercolour painting. "This is nice," she murmured to herself, breaking off a piece of the bread. It was soft and sweet, with hints of orange and cardamom, each bite somehow both comforting and surprising, familiar and new all at once. "This is very nice indeed." The fire crackled. The rain continued its gentle percussion. Alice's eyes grew soft and dreamy as she ate her cookie slowly, tracing the golden word with one finger before each bite, as if memorizing what curiosity felt like, tasted like, meant. The door opened, and the Tin Woodman stepped in, his metal body gleaming, rain beading like diamonds. His axe, more companion than weapon, rested by his side. "Good evening," he said gently, joints creaking like silverware chimes. "I've been wandering since Dorothy returned to Kansas, caught in the rain. Your lights drew me." His tin face turned toward the fire. "It's been ages since I've felt warmth." His heart, kind before the wizard's testimonial, felt deeply. Alice invited him in. The rain's no place for metal friends. He set his axe by the door, moving carefully, mindful of rust. The baker set out a copper mug steaming with apple cinnamon warmth and 3 glazed golden braid pumpkin twists. "For me?" the Tin Woodman asked, surprised. "I don't eat, but I've wished to taste." The baker nodded, urging him on. Holding a twist delicately, he brought it close, and magically it dissolved, absorbed. "It tastes like autumn, harvest, my sweetheart smile," he said, an oil tear falling, like gratitude. He settled near the fire, glowing like a star, holding his mug. Alice raised her teacup. "It's like the best dream, one you don't fall from." They sat in silence, rain drumming, fire dancing. Time moved differently in the bakery, as it does in all truly comfortable places. It might have been 10 minutes or an hour before the door opened again, bringing with it another gust of rain-sweet air and a young woman shaking water from a worn woolen shawl. Jo March stomped her boots on the mat. Practical boots, well worn and slightly too large, probably inherited from a father or brother. Her dress was simple but clean, with ink stains on the cuffs that no amount of washing would ever quite remove. Her hair was bundled under a hat that had seen better days, and her cheeks were flushed with cold and exertion. She pulled off her hat, releasing a tumble of brown hair. "What a storm! I've been out trying to sell my stories. Editors and publishers, you know, and every single one of them closed early for the holiday. Can you imagine? As if stories don't matter on Thanksgiving." She laughed, good-natured despite her obvious disappointment. "I suppose I can't blame them. Everyone wants to be home with family tonight." She noticed the others for the first time and gave a cheerful wave. "Hello. Don't mind me, I'm just dripping all over your nice floor. I'm Jo, by the way, Jo March. I write stories, or at least I try to. Sometimes I succeed. Sometimes I just make a mess of ink and good intentions." "Alice," said Alice with a small wave. "Tin Woodman," said the Tin Woodman with a gentle nod, "though friends call me Nick." "Pleased to meet you both," said Jo, and she meant it. She had the kind of open, honest face that meant everything it said. She turned to the counter, where the baker had already begun to prepare. What appeared before Jo was a feast designed for someone who worked hard and loved deeply. A large bowl of butternut squash soup, golden and steaming, with swirls of cream on its surface that looked like art. Beside it, a gratitude scroll cookie that read "Courage," and 2 thick slices of the Thanksgiving Rapunzel bread, with a small crock of honey butter that gleamed like amber. This is too much," Jo said. but her hands were already reaching for the bowl. "I can't possibly," she stopped. "How much do I owe you?" The baker shook her head gently and gestured toward the tables. "Free?" Joe's eyes widened. "On Thanksgiving? That's the kindest thing that's happened to me all week." Her voice caught slightly. "Thank you. Truly." She chose a table between the window and the fire, a spot where she could see both the rain outside and the warm glow within. The soup was perfect, rich and smooth with notes of maple and sage, the kind of soup that tastes like autumn itself, like harvest and home and everything good about the season. The bread was even better than it looked, and Jo found herself eating slowly, savouring each bite, her earlier frustration melting away like butter into warm bread. "I'm grateful for this," she said aloud, to no one in particular, and to everyone at once. "Today felt like a failure when I was walking here. No sales, no success, no progress. But this is something. Warm food, dry shelter, kind strangers. My mother always says we should count our blessings, especially when they're hard to see. I think she'd like this place." "I think your mother sounds very wise," said Alice. "She is," Jo agreed, smiling. "And she makes soup nearly this good, though don't tell her I said nearly. She'd want to know what makes this one better, and I don't think I could explain it. It tastes like being understood." The Tin Woodman made a soft sound of agreement, his joints clicking gently as he lifted his copper mug. "To being understood," he said quietly, "and to warm places on cold nights." They sat together, three strangers from three different stories, brought together by rain and bread and the particular magic of a bakery that knew exactly what each soul needed. The evening deepened. Outside, the street lamps came on, their light fractured and multiplied by the rain into 1,000 golden shards. Inside the bakery, the lamps burned steadier, their glow growing warmer as the world outside grew darker. The door opened once more, and a gentleman entered with the bearing of someone who had travelled the entire world and found every bit of it fascinating yet slightly less comfortable than a proper English parlour. He carried an umbrella, which he closed with precise, economical movements, and wore a travelling coat that had clearly been to India, Japan, Egypt, and possibly the moon. "Good evening," said Phileas Fogg, for it could be no other. His moustache was impeccable despite the rain, and his watch, which he checked immediately upon entering, was correct to the second. "I apologise for the intrusion. I was meant to dine at my club this evening, but they've closed for the American holiday. Thanksgiving, I believe. A curious tradition, though not without merit." He surveyed the bakery with the same calm assessment he'd once given to elephants in India and steamships in the Pacific. His expression, always controlled, always proper, softened almost imperceptibly. "This is quite cosy," he said, and from Phileas Fogg this was high praise indeed. The baker, without a word, knew the traveller's needs. A tea service appeared. Earl Grey, fine china, milk, sugar cubes, and silver tongs, with tower window tarts arranged precisely, each perfect yet unique, like a clock's hours. Extraordinary, Fogg murmured. At a table by the fire and door, he poured tea, added 1 sugar cube and a splash of milk, and sipped with focus. The tea was perfect. The tarts, flaky, sweet, and tart, held layers of spice and comfort. Jo glanced up from her soup. "Travelled far today, sir?" "Across the city, once. The world in 80 days, Fogg replied, smiling faintly. 80 days, Alice exclaimed. I fell through the earth in seconds, or hours. Time's odd when falling. Time's the strangest currency, Fogg said, biting a tart. This holds an entire autumn. Orchard, sunshine, frost. The Tin Woodman chuckled metallically. Some short moments last forever, like getting my heart in minutes. Fogg nodded. I recall small things most. A cup of tea, light on water, a stranger's kindness, like now. They talked. Alice of Wonderland's endless tea time, Jo of Hours vanishing in writing, Fogg of the international date line, the Tin Woodman of rust-frozen eternities. The baker refilled cups, stoked the fire as rain drummed steadily. Later the door burst open, admitting Long John Silver, his wooden leg gleaming, eyes sharp with stories. A bakery. Not hardtack on Thanksgiving, he grinned. Welcome, Jo said warmly. Silver's feast appeared. Hearty stew, spiced cider, gratitude scroll cookies labelled Freedom, Adventure, Redemption, Home. He pocketed Redemption, chose Home, and sat slightly apart but near enough to join the talk. The stew warmed him, a gift after years of stolen meals. Silver ate slowly, savouring every bite. So, he said after a while, addressing the room at large, what brings such a curious collection of folk to a bakery on Thanksgiving night? Besides the obvious good sense of getting out the rain, I mean. I was lost, said Alice simply. But I'm often lost, so that's not unusual. I was wandering, said the Tin Woodman, looking for something. I'm not quite sure what. I was disappointed, Jo admitted. My stories weren't wanted today, and I felt rather sorry for myself. I was dining alone, said Fogg, which is not uncomfortable, precisely, but neither is it ideal. And I, said Silver, lifting his tankard, was being an old fool, thinking about the past and all the things I've done that can't be undone, all the chances I missed to be a better man than I was. He took a drink. But here we all are, eh? Washed up in a safe harbour, fed and warm, together on a night meant for giving thanks. To safe harbours, said Jo, raising her teacup. To warm places, added the Tin Woodman, lifting his copper mug. To finding what we didn't know we were looking for, said Alice. To unexpected companionship, said Fogg precisely. To second chances, said Silver, his voice rough with something that might have been emotion. And to bakers who give them. They drank together, this impossible collection of characters from different stories, different worlds, different kinds of tales entirely. A girl who fell through rabbit holes, a man made of tin who found his heart, a writer who wouldn't stop fighting for her words, a gentleman who travelled the world by schedule, and a pirate who was trying, in his own complicated way, to find redemption. The conversation flowed easily after that. as conversations do when people discover they're more alike than different. Silver told stories of his travels, carefully edited versions, leaving out the worst parts, emphasizing the wonder of distant shores and strange customs. Jo shared her dreams of becoming a famous writer, and how those dreams sometimes felt like anchors pulling her down rather than wings lifting her up. Fogg spoke of the loneliness of constant travel, how you could see the whole world and still feel like a stranger everywhere. Alice talked about trying to fit back into normal life after Wonderland, how ordinary things seem both comforting and impossibly dull. The Tin Woodman listened to them all, occasionally offering gentle observations, mostly just present and attentive in the way that good listeners are, the kind of presence that makes people feel heard and understood without needing to say much at all. The door opened one final time that evening, and with it came a rush of wind that made the fire flare and the lamps dance. A young girl stood in the doorway, her gingham dress soaked through, her dark hair plastered to her head. She was barefoot, her shoes clutched in one hand, and she looked utterly exhausted. "Dorothy," said the Tin Woodman, rising from his chair with a glad cry of recognition. "Dorothy Gale, is it really you?" Dorothy looked up, and her face, tired and worn, broke into a smile of pure joy. "Nick! Oh, Nick, it's so good to see you." She rushed across the room, heedless of the puddle she left, and threw her arms around the Tin Woodman, who wrapped his metal arms around her with infinite gentleness. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "I thought you were in Kansas with your aunt and uncle." "I am. I was. Dorothy pulled back, brushing wet hair from her face. "I'm visiting the East Coast. Aunt Em has family here, but I went for a walk this evening. I wanted to see the city, and I got turned around in the rain, and suddenly I saw this place, and I just knew I should come in." Her eyes took in the bakery, widening with wonder. "It feels like it feels a little bit like Oz. The good parts of Oz." The baker was already moving, already preparing. What appeared for Dorothy was pure comfort. A mug of hot cocoa topped with whipped cream and cinnamon, a thick slice of the Thanksgiving Rapunzel bread with butter and jam, and a gratitude scroll cookie that read, simply, "Home." Dorothy carried her food to the table where the Tin Woodman sat, but before she sat down, she turned to look at each person in the room, really seeing them for the first time. Her eyes, which had seen witches and wizards, flying monkeys and emerald cities, recognized something in each of them, a shared quality perhaps, the look of people who had been on journeys that changed them. "Hello," she said to each of them. "I'm Dorothy. I'm from Kansas, mostly, but sometimes from Oz, and right now from somewhere in between." They introduced themselves in turn, and Dorothy settled into her chair with a sigh of relief. She wrapped her hands around the cocoa mug, letting its warmth seep into her cold fingers. "This is perfect," she whispered. "Absolutely perfect." She took a sip, and her eyes closed with contentment. "On the farm, Aunt Em makes cocoa on cold nights, and it never tastes quite like I remember from when I was little." But this tastes exactly like the memory. Better than the memory. That's the magic of good baking, said Joe. It doesn't just feed you, it makes you remember being fed, being cared for, being home. Dorothy nodded, understanding perfectly. She bit into her cookie, reading the word home before she ate it. I spent so long trying to get home from Oz, she said softly, clicking those silver slippers together, saying there's no place like home. And it was true, there isn't. But sometimes I wonder... She trailed off. Wonder what? Asked Alice gently. Sometimes I wonder if home isn't just Kansas. If maybe home is anywhere you feel safe and understood and like you belong, even if just for a moment. Dorothy looked around the bakery. This feels like home. Right now, this feels just like home. Silver from his corner made a sound that might have been agreement. I've sailed to every home port in the world, lass, and I can tell you, home isn't always a place. Sometimes it's a moment. Sometimes it's people. Sometimes it's just feeling like you can rest without keeping one eye open. I like that, said Dorothy. She turned to the Tin Woodman. How have you been, Nick, since we said goodbye? The Tin Woodman recounted his travels, wanderings through forests, and the people he'd aided with his axe and kind heart. Dorothy shared Kansas news, tornadoes now ordinary, school days, and stargazing, wondering if Oz endured beyond. The others chimed in. Fogg described his travel book, struggling to convey lived moments in words. Joe advised passionately on honest writing, capturing meaning, not just events. Alice spoke of explaining Wonderland to her skeptical sister. Silver tenderly recalled a Port Town's children teaching him a singing game, realizing he'd forgotten the joy of receiving after years of taking. The fire dwindled to pulsing coals. Rain softened from drum to lullaby patter. The baker refilled cups with warm milk and decaf tea, distributing lavender sunshine blankets. As the clock on the wall, an old thing with a pendulum that swung in a rhythm that seemed to match the rain, ticked toward an hour that felt more like feeling than time, the baker brought out one final creation. It was a pie. But oh, what a pie. The crust was golden brown, perfectly crimped, with a lattice top woven so intricately it looked like lace, like a tower window, like Rapunzel's braid catching sunlight. Through the lattice, filling bubbled gently, pumpkin and apple together, cinnamon and nutmeg, ginger and clove, all the warmth of autumn captured in a dish. The baker cut the pie into 7 equal slices, one for each of them, one for the baker, and served them on delicate plates with dollops of fresh whipped cream that looked like clouds, like snow, like everything pure and good. A Thanksgiving gratitude pie, read Joe from a small card beside the high stand. Made with thanks for the harvest, for safe journeys, for stories told and heard, for shelters found and offered, for second chances and new beginnings, for friends met along the way, and for the simple blessing of warm food on a cold night. They ate in silence at first, each bite too perfect for words. The pie tasted like everything good about autumn, like harvest moons and first frosts, like the smell of leaves and the warmth of kitchens, like the happiness of coming inside after being out in the cold. It tasted somehow like gratitude itself. "You know," said Dorothy softly, her fork resting on her empty plate, "when I was trying to get home from Oz, I thought home was the only thing that mattered, but now I think maybe what matters is carrying home with you, carrying this feeling of being safe, of being fed, of being with people who understand." "I used to think I needed a heart," said the Tin Woodman. "Then I thought I needed to find the right place to use it. But tonight I've learned that having a heart means being able to recognize moments, like this one, moments worth treasuring. I've spent my whole life chasing adventure," said Joe, "running after success, trying to make something of myself with my writing. But this, sitting here, sharing food and stories, this is a different kind of success, isn't it? This is the kind you feel instead of achieve." Alice, who was growing sleepy, her head nodding gently, murmured, "In Wonderland, nothing ever made sense. But this makes sense. This makes perfect sense." Fog, ever precise, said, "I have calculated the distance of every journey I've taken, but I've never quite calculated the value of arrival, not just at a destination, but at a moment of peace." Silver was quiet for a long time, staring into his empty plate. When he spoke, his voice was softer than it had been all evening. "I've taken more than I've given in this life, stolen more than I've earned. But tonight, I've been given something I didn't steal, didn't buy, didn't con my way into. I've been given kindness. And maybe that's what redemption looks like. Not earning it, but accepting it when it's offered." The baker smiled and said nothing, but the smile said everything. Outside, the rain had stopped. The clouds were parting, revealing patches of clear sky where stars blinked into existence, one by one, like lamps being lit in distant windows. The street was washed clean, and the air coming through the slightly open door was fresh and cool and full of the promise of a clear tomorrow. But inside the bakery, no one was in any hurry to leave. Dorothy curled up in her chair, wrapped in one of the lavender-scented blankets, her head resting against the Tin Woodman's shoulder. He sat perfectly still, his metal arm around her, his eyes reflecting the last glow of the fire. Joe found a book on one of the shelves, a collection of fairy tales, and settled into a chair by the window, reading by lamplight, occasionally jotting notes in the margins with a pencil the baker provided. Alice discovered a chess set on a side table and began playing against herself, moving pieces in patterns that made sense only to her, humming softly a tune from Wonderland that sounded almost like the rain. Fogg sat at his table with a fresh cup of tea, writing in a small leather journal, documenting the evening with his characteristic precision, but also, if one looked closely at the words, with an uncharacteristic warmth. Silver remained by the fire, his eyes growing heavy, his weathered hands folded over his belly, his expression peaceful in a way it perhaps hadn't been in years. The redemption cookie sat in his pocket like a promise, and the taste of home still lingered on his tongue. The baker dimmed lamps, leaving soft light for safety. The fire's coals glowed, warding off the chill. A clock chimed, but time felt meaningless. Rainy day. Rapunzel Bakery offered what each needed: shelter, food, warmth, and a pause from their stories to rest, connect, and see shared threads of hope, hunger, searching, and home. Night deepened, the bakery hushed. Dorothy slept against the Tin Woodman's shoulder. Alice curled tight. Jo smiled with her book open. Fog dozed upright, journal closed, and Silver snored face. Unguarded. The Tin Woodman, sleepless, watched over them, eyes reflecting coals. He pondered hearts. Real, symbolic, kind. The wizard's gift was a reminder. His capacity for love was always there. A heart meant staying awake, tending blankets, being present. The baker climbed spiral stairs to a tower room, its window overlooking the city, where a golden braid might hang in memory, rain cleansing all, stars emerging one by one. On the counter below, the Thanksgiving Rapunzel bread sat half-eaten, still fragrant. Beside it, a single gratitude scroll cookie remained, its golden inscription catching the dying firelight. Together. The night held them. The bakery kept them. The rain had brought them together, and now the clear, starlit silence let them rest. In the tower, the baker looked out the sleeping city and smiled. Tomorrow there would be new visitors, new stories, new needs to be met with exactly the right bread, the right warmth, the right welcome. But tonight, this Thanksgiving night, had been particularly special. Tonight had brought together travellers from such different tales and shown them what all good stories know, that we are all looking for the same things: warmth and welcome, safety and sustenance, a moment to rest, a place to belong, even briefly. The baker picked up the last gratitude scroll cookie, the one that said together, and broke it in half. She ate one half herself, tasting all the sweetness of the evening. The other half she placed on the windowsill, an offering to the stars, to the stories, to the magic that brought lost travellers to safe harbours. Below in the warm bakery, the Tin Woodman began to hum very softly, a lullaby from Oz. His voice was quiet, mechanical, not quite musical, but filled with such tenderness that if hearts could sing, they would sound exactly like this. The fire pulsed its gentle rhythm. The stars wheeled slowly overhead. The city slept. The travellers dreamed. The bakery held them all in its warmth and welcome. And the rain, which had brought them here, which had washed the world clean. The rain was gone now, but its blessing remained. In the dampness of the air, in the clean smell of the night, in the way everything felt fresh and new and full of possibility. This was what Thanksgiving meant. Not just the feast or the family, but the recognition of blessings, the acknowledgement of gifts, the gratitude for warmth when you'd been cold, for fullness when you'd been hungry, for company when you'd been alone, for finding, in a world of rain and confusion, a door that opened into light, for being welcomed without question, fed without price, understood without explanation, for this one perfect evening when 7 travellers from different stories discovered they were all part of the same larger story. The story of seekers finding, of the lost being found, of hearts learning to recognize the moment when they were home. The night deepened, the dreams deepened, the peace deepened, and in the magical bakery on a clean-washed street under clearing skies, the rainy day Rapunzel bakery kept its vigil, kept its promises, kept its guests safe until morning. The last lamp dimmed to almost nothing. The fire settled to glowing embers. The Tin Woodman's humming grew softer, softer, until it was just a whisper, just a breath, just the sound of love keeping watch. Outside, the stars shone brilliant and clear. Inside, the travellers slept, held safe in warmth and story. And somewhere between waking and dreaming, each of them knew, though they might not remember in the morning, that they had found something precious. Not just shelter from the storm, but a reminder that the world, for all its rain and difficulty, still held places like this, bakeries that opened their doors, fires that welcomed strangers, moments when different stories could meet and recognize each other as kin. The baker extinguished the last light in the tower and settled into her own rest, knowing her work was done and done well. Sleep well, dear traveller. May you dream of warm bread and kind strangers, of rain that brings you to shelter, of stories that hold you gently. May you wake refreshed, grateful, and ready for your own adventures. Until we meet again in the bakery, where the door is always open, the fire is always warm, and there is always exactly what you need waiting for you on the counter. Good night. A cozy rainy day, Hecate's Enchanted Bakery, a Halloween evening sleepy story. The night outside was a magnificent symphony of storm. It was Halloween, and the wind, a deep, resonant cello, bowed heavily against the world. Rain did not simply fall, it whispered, then drummed, then cascaded against the ancient slate roof and the tightly paned windows of the shop known quietly, and only to those who truly needed it, as the rainy day Hecate's Enchanted Bakery. Inside, it was the perfect sanctuary. The world of shadow and noise was held at bay by a soft amber light, the kind of light that seemed to be spun directly from butter and old lace. Every surface, the worn wooden counter, the mismatched chairs nestled round a low, crackling fireplace, glowed with a gentle, inviting warmth. The heart of the room was the heavy baker's hearth, which emitted a steady, rhythmic sigh of heat. The baker, whom those who knew the shop sometimes called Hecate, moved with a quiet, nearly invisible grace behind the counter. She was a silent, knowing presence, her hands dusted with flour, her apron smelling faintly of rosemary and old vanilla. She didn't speak much, for the bakery itself did the talking. It spoke in the fragrant language of comfort. Tonight, that language was spoken in pumpkin and cinnamon and dark melted sugar. The sounds of the bakery were designed for rest. The rain outside was loud, yes, but here it served as a soothing counter rhythm. Tap, 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 hiss, whoosh. The wind would rattle a window pane, and then a second later the fireplace would respond with a soft, cheerful crackle and a small, comforting puff of wood smoke scent. A kettle on a hob hummed a gentle, continuous low B flat. Hecate was arranging a tray of the evening's special treats, midnight-gathered blackberry tarts, their pastry shells woven like tiny wicker baskets, and filled with a dark, jammy, almost slumber-inducing fruit filling. They were meant for late arrivals. The air itself felt heavy and plush, like a velvet curtain drawn tightly against anxiety. If you sat very still, you could feel the rhythmic pulse of the oven, a warm geological heartbeat beneath your chair. The front door, a thick oak thing with an iron knocker shaped like a crescent moon, protested slightly with a long, slow groan as it was pushed open by the first arrival of the evening. A figure stood silhouetted against the wild, stormy doorway, a thin man wrapped tightly in a long, dark greatcoat that looked perpetually insufficient against the cold. The rain had dampened his severe, tall hat, and his face, even now, held the etched memory of sharp corners and old grudges. It was Ebenezer Scrooge, from Charles Dickens's tale, A Christmas Carol. He stepped inside, shaking the droplets from his coat with a curt, habitual shudder. The scent of sweet spice and heat seemed to make him pause, his posture softening almost imperceptibly as the aroma displaced the chill clinging to him. "Good evening," Hecate murmured from behind the counter, her voice a low, smooth sound like cream being poured into a teacup. She didn't ask what he needed, she simply knew. Scrooge did not return the greeting immediately. He looked around the small glowing room, the ghost of a frown on his lips. "It is a dreadful night for travel," he remarked, the phrase delivered more as a complaint than a statement. He hadn't sought this place exactly. He had simply found himself drawn to its insistent singular light, a light so different from the meagre lamp he kept in his own counting house. "It is," Hecate agreed, placing a small, heavy ceramic mug on the counter. "But a fine night for shelter." The mug held the first special seasonal offering, Scrooge's Redemption Cider. It wasn't apple cider. It was a blend of warm, non-alcoholic grape juice infused with cloves, star anise, and a generous shaving of nutmeg, all meant to warm the blood and quiet the sharp corners of the mind. Steam rose from it in lazy, curling tendrils, smelling of holiday kindness and forgotten goodness. "How much?" Scrooge asked automatically, reaching inside his coat for his purse, the movement swift and ingrained. "A moment of peace," Hecate replied, her eyes, the colour of deep violet ink, gentle. "It is already paid for, by a grateful memory." Scrooge hesitated. This was not a transaction he understood. He took the mug, his fingers wrapping around the hot ceramic, which instantly seemed to pull the cold from his bones. He found a small, dark wooden table nestled close to the fireplace, near a stack of thick, comforting blankets folded neatly over a worn armchair. He did not drink at once. He simply sat, letting the heat of the fire toast his feet, listening to the rains, constant murmur, and sipping the cider slowly, thoughtfully. It was sweet, but not cloying, warm, but not scalding. It was precisely what a man needs when the world has been too cold for too long. He watched the flames dance, his expression gradually dissolving from one of severe apprehension to quiet, weary acceptance. The only sound he made was a small, almost inaudible sigh, a letting go of the tension accumulated over decades. He was safe now. He settled deeper into the wooden chair, the cider warming a forgotten space beneath his ribs. The oak door swung open again, more timidly this time, letting in a quick burst of damp petrichor-scented air. A younger figure slipped in, closing the door quietly behind her, her skirt slightly damp at the hem. It was Alice, from Lewis Carroll's Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. She looked less bewildered than usual, but still carried the residual faint bewilderment of someone who has recently navigated illogical spaces. she was not afraid of the storm. After all, a roaring thunderstorm was far more predictable than a Jabberwock. Alice's eyes, bright and intelligent, scanned the bakery, taking in the predictable dimensions of the walls, the comforting, orderly clutter of the baking tools, and the solid weight of the chairs. She took a deep breath, savouring the scent of fresh yeast and dark chocolate. She walked up to the counter, her steps light. "I do beg your pardon," she said politely. "I seem to have strayed a bit off the path marked sensible walking, and this seemed the only possible place to stop. Everything else was melting into the fog." "You are precisely where you need to be," Hecate assured her, smiling the quiet smile that knew much more than it ever revealed. She pushed forward a small plate. On it rested a towering yet delicately balanced pastry, Hecate's triple moon muffins. They were a trio of small, perfectly round cakes, stacked high, each tier a different soothing flavour. The bottom was plain, calming vanilla, the middle a restful light chamomile, and the top a gentle, slightly spiced lavender. They were topped with a dusting of moon-white confectioner's sugar. Alice's eyes widened, a genuine, delighted sparkle returning to them. "Oh, these don't say eat me or drink me in a worrisome way, do they?" she asked, tilting her head. "They say rest now," Hecate replied simply, "and they will only make things feel their proper size." Alice took the plate and went to a cosy window seat, where she could watch the rain stream down the glass. The storm didn't look menacing from here. It looked like a beautiful, watery curtain. She took a delicate bite of the vanilla muffin. The flavour was simple, grounding, and real. She sighed, settling back against the deep cushion. The scent of lavender began to gently waft upwards as she ate, calming her thoughts. She glanced over at the man by the fireplace, Scrooge, who was now staring contentedly into his cider. She didn't know him, but she felt a quiet kinship with anyone who looked so completely relieved to be safe. She watched the dance of the firelight reflected in the cider's deep ruby surface, the steady beat of the rain, and the solid, reassuring presence of the wooden counter. The muffins were pure stability. The door opened again, this time with a swift, decisive pull, and the sound of heavy, water-resistant material being folded back. This guest was imposing, dressed in dark, almost nautical-looking attire, his face framed by a carefully trimmed philosophical beard. He carried an air of immense, quiet dignity and a profound solitude. It was Captain Nemo, the enigmatic commander of the Nautilus from Jules Verne's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. He stood for a moment, letting the terrestrial warmth of the room wash over him. He was used to the immense silent pressure of the deep sea, the chill of perpetual twilight, and the subtle, humming machinery of his submarine. Here the warmth was open, fragrant, and almost overwhelming in its contrast to his natural habitat. "This is an unexpected harbour," he said, his voice deep and measured, like the slow, purposeful pulse of an engine far below the waves. "I sought only shelter from the surface tempest. It is far more turbulent than anything found at 20,000 leagues. "We welcome all who seek still water, Captain," Hecate responded, her attention already focused on a shallow, wide bowl. The captain's treat was unusual for a bakery, but perfectly suited to him. Nemo's deep-sea focaccia. It was a thick, savoury flatbread, studded with coarse sea salt, herbs of the Mediterranean, and a few dark sun-dried olives that resembled deep-sea stones. It was not sweet or fluffy, it was earthy, substantial and comforting in its simplicity. It was served alongside a small bowl of thick smoked pepper dip. The surface has always been too much noise, Nemo observed, taking the bowl. The warmth of the bread was a pleasant immediate shock against his hands, which were accustomed to the cool metal of the Nautilus. The deep has its own pressures, Hecate countered gently. It is good to feel air and fire occasionally. Nemo gave a slight nod, a silent acknowledgement of the truth in her observation. He found a secluded corner table near a shelf lined with leather-bound books. He pulled the focaccia apart slowly, the steam escaping in a silent, comforting cloud. He dipped a piece into the savoury spread. The taste was rich and complex. The clean salt and the deep, warm grain were entirely unlike the synthesized provisions of his submarine. He watched the other patrons without intrusion. The old man, Scrooge, was now nearly asleep, his hand resting peacefully on the empty cider mug. The girl, Alice, was reading a small book Hecate had provided, occasionally pausing to gaze out at the watery window, her expression serene. Nemo found a profound, unexpected peace in this very mundane human act of eating bread and feeling the warm breath of the oven. He was safe from the unpredictable, frantic surface storm, and safe, too, from the crushing existential solitude of his underwater empire. He slowly, methodically ate the focaccia, savouring every grounding bite, the weight of the bread in his stomach creating a feeling of deep, anchor-like contentment. A brief lull in the storm was broken by a sudden, brisk, and slightly impatient opening of the door. The new arrival moved with a kinetic energy that seemed almost disruptive to the bakery's quiet peace, but which quickly dissipated upon breathing the warm, spice-laden air. It was Sherlock Holmes, the consulting detective from Arthur Conan Doyle's series, accompanied by the faintest scent of tobacco and London fog. He was dressed in his familiar long coat, now damp, and his eyes, usually blazing with the intensity of complex deduction, were clouded with a restless fatigue. He stopped, scanning the room in less than a second. Scrooge, sleeping. Alice, reading. Nemo, contemplating his bread. His mind, Hecate knew, was trying to find the why of this place, the method of its magic and the source of the ingredients. He approached the counter, tapping his fingers lightly on the wood. A remarkable atmosphere, he stated, not as a compliment, but as an observed fact. The air is heavy with cinnamaldehyde, eugenol, and the unmistakable scent of a very old strain of starter yeast. It suggests longevity and meticulous care, but also a deliberate lack of, he hesitated, urgency. A simple recipe for peace, Mr. Holmes, Hecate replied calmly. Holmes sighed, a sound of intellectual exhaustion. I require simplicity. The current case is a Gordian knot of unnecessary complexity, and my mind insists on tracing every loose thread. I came in pursuit of a single, unassailable truth. A good cup of tea and something entirely unmysterious. Hecate presented him with his necessary nourishment, a thick slice of the logic loaf. It was a perfect, slightly sour, utterly traditional sourdough, cut thick, smelling of clean wheat and wood smoke, and served with a pat of unctuous, slightly sharp, aged cheddar butter. A steaming mug of simple, restorative Earl Grey tea, brewed perfectly dark, was placed beside it. Ah, Holmes murmured, looking at the simple bread. It was food that required no deduction, only consumption. A plain proposition. Indeed, Hecate confirmed. The logic is grain plus fire equals comfort. Holmes took his tray and settled into a chair slightly away from the others, but positioned to observe the subtle interplay of firelight and shadow. He took a bite of the sour, chewy bread, spreading the rich, salty butter across it. The clean, honest flavour cut through the mental fog that had been plaguing him. He sipped the dark tea, its bergamot scent a pleasant, sharp counterpoint to the sweetness of the bakery. He leaned back, closing his eyes, letting the immense, detailed network of his current case, the timetables, the alibis, the contradictory testimonies, simply unravel and fall away. Here, there was only the sound of the rain, the scent of the bakery, and the taste of the perfect, simple bread. His mind did not need to be sharp, it could simply rest. The great storm outside, having expended its initial fury, was beginning to soften. The wild, dramatic drumming of the rain was subsiding into a steadier, quieter shoosh, shoosh, shoosh against the glass. The door opened gently, and this time, the scent of the natural world, of pine needles, damp earth, and clean high air followed the visitor in. It was a small, bright-eyed figure in a simple dress and shawl, her cheeks rosy from the wind and her expression one of pure, unadulterated delight at the sudden warmth. It was Heidi, from Johanna Spyri's tale, Heidi. She walked in quietly, her smile lighting up the space around her. She wasn't seeking refuge from fear, she sought refuge from separation. The high mountains were lovely, but sometimes a small heart needed the gentle, close comfort of human connection and baking. She approached the counter, folding her hands neatly. "Good evening, Mum," she said, her voice clear and sweet like a tiny bell. The air smells so wonderfully of the warm things my grandfather makes in the cabin, only sweeter. The rain is very cosy against the windows, isn't it? "It is, little one," Hecate said, her kindest smile reserved for this girl. "You bring the fresh, clean air of the high places with you. You must be tired from your travels." Heidi nodded, a little wearily. "I miss the soft, warm milk sometimes, and the scent of the meadow flowers." Hecate knew precisely what to offer to bridge the gap between mountain and magic. Heidi's Alp Bloom scones. These were light, fluffy scones, still faintly warm, baked with dried elderflower and a hint of wildflower honey. They were served with a generous dollop of rich clotted goat's cream and a side of simple, warm goat's milk slightly frothed. The scent of the scones, light, floral and deeply creamy, was instantly evocative of a sunny alpine pasture. "Oh," Heidi breathed, her eyes wide with joy. "They smell like the mountain blooming just for me." She took her plate and mug and went to a small low stool near Alice's window seat. She carefully applied the clotted cream to a scone and took a bite, immediately taking a sip of the warm, soothing milk. The combination was pure, gentle nourishment, settling immediately into her heart. She glanced at Alice, offering a shy, friendly smile. Alice, sensing the connection, closed her book and smiled back. "It is good to be indoors when it is so loud out there," Heidi whispered. "It's the very best," Alice agreed, pushing her plate of finished triple moon muffins aside. "The world gets so much easier to understand when you can see the rain without getting wet." Heidi nodded, contentedly munching her scone. She felt the deep, restorative peace of the bakery wrapping around her like a favourite old shawl. The atmosphere in the rainy day, Hecate's enchanted bakery had reached a peak state of cosy stillness. The storm was now merely a soft rhythmic backdrop, a gentle white noise against the quiet human presence inside. Scrooge was genuinely asleep, a deep, easy slumber, his coat unbuttoned, the empty cider mug cradled loosely in his lap. The cider had done its work, replacing the hardness in his features with a simple, relaxed neutrality. Captain Nemo had finished his focaccia and was now sitting back, his arms crossed lightly, simply watching the fire with a profoundly reflective look in his dark eyes. The pressure of the deep sea and the confusion of the surface world had equally receded, leaving him in a place of quiet, intellectual contemplation, grounded by the warmth of the fire. Sherlock Holmes had finished his logic loaf and was now systematically drinking his tea. He was not solving a case. He was merely observing the gentle physics of the steam rising from his cup and the slow-motion dance of the fire's embers. His mind was resting in a way it rarely allowed itself, appreciating the absolute non-mystery of the present moment. Alice and Heidi, sitting near the window, were now sharing stories in low, melodic whispers. Stories of impossible cats and kindly goats, of shrinking potions and soft, fragrant hay. Their words were soft, and their laughter was only the slightest, breathiest puff of air, yet it was a perfect, peaceful sound that fit neatly into the general tranquillity. The quiet, knowing presence of Hecate continued her work behind the counter. She was preparing the final shared offering for the evening, a dessert designed to gently usher the remaining awake minds toward complete, restful peace. The smell intensified, becoming a complex, layered perfume. Warm pear, spiced caramel, and a hint of bourbon vanilla. Hecate placed small shallow bowls on the counter. In them was the evening's final confection, the silent night pie. It was not actually a pie, but a warm, creamy custard infused with gently poached pears and a swirl of dark, comforting caramel. Served slightly warm, it was smooth, silent, and required no chewing, only the gentle, slow surrender to its soothing flavour. The silent night Hecate carried the bowls, moving with such deliberate slowness that the movement itself was calming. She offered one to Captain Nemo, who nodded in quiet gratitude, accepting the bowl and placing it on his small table. She offered one to Holmes, who opened his eyes, accepted the custard, and gave the baker a rare, small, unanalyzed smile. She set one down for Alice and one for Heidi, who both gasped softly at the beautiful creamy dessert. She placed the fifth bowl on Scrooge's table, knowing he would stir and awaken only when he needed it. Nemo carefully lifted a spoonful of the warm custard. It was luxurious, the texture like liquid silk, the taste of spiced caramel spreading slowly across his palate. He closed his eyes, savouring the simple, profound decadence. He thought of the vast, cold emptiness of the sea, and then of the small, fragrant warmth in his hand, and he realised he was precisely balanced, at peace. Holmes ate his with a measured precision, but without the analysis he usually applied to food. He simply appreciated the perfect smooth consistency, the gentle heat, and the quiet comfort of the spices. The last threads of the external world of ciphers and clues and misdirection finally dissolved, replaced by the simple, undeniable truth of the dessert's goodness. His mind, the machine that never stopped, had finally agreed to a full and complete pause. Alice and Heidi shared their custard, their spoons occasionally clicking softly against the ceramic bowls. "It tastes like a happy thought," Heidi whispered, "It tastes like everything is quite right and where it ought to be," Alice agreed, a feeling she rarely encountered. Just then, Scrooge stirred. He blinked, momentarily disoriented before the sight of the fire and the scent of the bakery gently brought him back to himself. He saw the untouched bowl of custard on his table. He picked up the spoon and ate. The warm spiced sweetness was an antidote to the decades of bitterness he carried. It was the taste of pure, unconditional giving, offered without expectation or demand. It was the perfect, final medicine. He finished the bowl, placed the spoon down soundlessly, and leaned his head back against the chair, the final walls of his emotional rigidity crumbling away. The bakery was completely silent now, save for the low, quiet hush of the storm outside and the soft, continuous crackle of the fire. Hecate returned with a final tray. She moved to Scrooge and gently placed a thick wool blanket over his sleeping form, tucking it carefully around his shoulders. He didn't stir, entirely submerged in the quiet goodness of the night. She moved to Nemo, who was still contemplative but clearly tired. She placed a heavy old book in his lap, a volume of ancient ocean mythology, filled with beautiful hand-drawn sketches of tranquil, deep-sea creatures. Nemo's fingers smoothed the cover, recognizing a piece he often sought in the real sea but rarely found. He opened the book and began to read the first quiet passage, his eyes growing heavy with the weight of the day's closure. She handed Sherlock Holmes a very small, perfectly clean blank notebook and a freshly sharpened pencil. He understood the silent gesture. The mind needs to know it has a place to write down its questions, but tonight the pages could remain empty. He held the notebook, its clean, smooth paper, a promise of mental rest, and closed his eyes completely, listening to the rhythmic rain. Finally, she brought Alice a small wooden music box. She wound it gently, and it began to play a delicate, slow, repetitive lullaby, a tune without a beginning or an end, just a constant, calming flow of sound. Alice leaned her head against the window frame, the lullaby smoothing the last wrinkles of logic from her mind. Heidi, nestled beside her, put her head on her knees, the warm milk and scones having done their deeply nourishing work. The baker, Hecate, retreated to her counter, but only to extinguish the non-essential lamps. The room dimmed further, illuminated only by the constant soft light of the fire, the glow of the single small moon-shaped lamp, and the soft, diffused light streaming from the glass panes as the street lights outside shone through the watery curtain of the rain. The air was still thick with the residual scent of pear and caramel and yeast, a blend of all the most comforting things in the world. The rain outside, having made its great final statement, was now diminishing. It transitioned from a steady drum into a quiet, continuous, comforting drizzle. The wind pulled back its aggressive song, replaced by a gentle, long, breath-like sigh. The bakery, filled with these classic souls who had sought shelter from their own unique storms, was entirely at peace. Scrooge slept soundly beneath the blanket. Nemo's breathing was slow and deep, the book of peaceful myths resting on his chest. Holmes's fingers were relaxed around the blank notebook, his mind finally silent. Alice and Heidi, listening to the tiny, beautiful melody of the music box, were on the very edge of slumber, their expressions perfectly soft, their little world perfectly safe. The rainy day, Hecate's enchanted bakery held them all, wrapped them in its scents and its heat, and provided the one deep, necessary truth that the greatest comfort is finding shelter from the storm, and that a quiet, shared moment is the most beautiful magic of all. As the music box finished its last fading note, the room settled into a deep, pervasive quiet. A quiet that was not empty, but full of the gentle breathing of contented souls. May you too find such a perfect, warm sanctuary tonight. Rest deeply. The storm is passing now, and the night is quiet. Sleep, sleep